what we're here for these 2 days, what we're here for is to discuss the challenges of the provision of reliable, robust, environmentally acceptable energy for 300 to 500 isolated communities in Canada's north. That's as big a challenge as we can present ourselves in Canada right now for the socioeconomic well-being of a sector of our population. In this set of communities, we have all kinds of issues, ranging from the price of lettuce in February to the hordes of mosquitoes in June. And these challenges mean that quality of life in these isolated communities sometimes is a bit shaky compared to our idyllic existence here in Waterloo, where things are fairly easy. Fundamental to the well-being of people in these isolated communities is heat. Let me rephrase that. It's not fundamental, it is actually existential. Without heat, existence in the north is not possible. Geothermal energy represents a potential source of heat to communities in the north that are isolated from energy grids and that are too small to warrant their own energy projects, and who are located in places where solar and wind will not provide that energy. So the energy picture of the future in the north may involve geothermal. It may involve geothermal in two aspects. The aspect, in my view, the aspect dominantly of heat provision. And secondarily, with a little bit of importance as well, of course, is the provision of some electrical energy. Now, the provision of electrical energy is a challenge because of the low temperature of the geothermal resource, but there are other sources of electrical energy as well. We mentioned renewables, and of course, diesel generators, which is the current almost unique and default energy source, except in large communities like Whitehorse and Yellowknife. So I just want to make sure that you realize that the challenge that we are faced with is daunting. It's expensive. The good news is we're competing against energy sources that are extremely expensive. I heard a number of $1.20 per kilowatt hour being the average, not the extremes, but just being the average cost of energy, of electrical power in Nunavut. $1.20 per kilowatt hour. And in some remote places like Grise Fjord and Resolute, it probably pushes close to $3, especially if you have to fly diesel in when it's needed. So those are huge challenges. And I'd like to now introduce the director of the Waterloo Institute for Sustainable Energy. And he has been working on the electrical energy side of this equation for the better part of 10 years as part of his research. Microgrids, stability of microgrids, energy storage, energy provision. So Claudio Canizares became the director of the WISE, W-I-S-E Institute a year ago. Time flies. Time flies when you're having fun. So please, Claudio, take the mic.
Good morning. First, apologies for the delay, but traffic was a problem this morning. I guess rain doesn't help. I'm just, before I start, make some territorial acknowledgement as required by University of Waterloo. acknowledges that much of the work takes place on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe people and Haudenosaunee people. Our main campus is situated in the Haldimar Tract, the land granted to the Six Nations that includes 6 miles on each side of the Grand River. Our active work towards reconciliation takes place across our campuses through research, learning, teaching, and community building, and is centralized within the Office of Indigenous Relations. With that, let me give you a bit of an overview of the workshop and WISE itself. Our vision, our mission is basically clean energy, accessible and affordable for all. Now, within that context, we are particularly focused on collaboration. So we bring all these researchers together from multiple disciplines for various initiatives like this workshop. We reach out in the sense that we are always looking for partnerships with industry, government, non-profit sector in the area of sustainable energy. And try to, another target we have, influencing. In other words, try to shape the public debate discourse in sustainable energy, at least within the province, if not Canada. Now, WISE, what it does, or what basically focus on is gathering this top talent within the University of Waterloo. We don't have researchers ourselves, but we bring together all these researchers within the University of Waterloo, graduate students, postdoctoral fellows, and the faculty members themselves. And these researchers run 30 state-of-the-art facilities in which some of them we support directly. And we have a professional team that some of you might have already met, and I'll introduce shortly, that basically connects these members with partners, with the right people within the university and outside the university. So we have a global outlook in the sense that we collaborate not only within Canada, Ontario, but also beyond our borders, beyond Canadian borders. And we are part of the culture of innovation in the context of Waterloo commercialization focus. Now, these are some of our recent partners. Some of you might identify yourself in this list. And our focus of our, not research focus, but our collaboration focus is within all different aspects of sustainable energy. From energy in general, not only electrical energy, although it's become particularly relevant in the context of net zero, but from generation distribution to consumption of all energy vectors. And in particularly, we're interested in policy aspects, social aspects of it. One of them is the Affordable Energy for Humanity initiative that we have started from 2015, so now it's 7 years ago, I guess, or more. And these are the countries in which we have established collaborations and membership of these initiatives, because we have 150 members around the world that basically cover academia, private companies, communities, non-profit, and global networks in the area of affordable energy. Now we have partnerships with multiple entities, and we have one of our main focus, or one of our main initiatives is student internships. So we have 15 to 30 international co-op internships that we help finance through scholarships coming from government funding and WISE and Waterloo funding in general. And we are focused on sustainable development education. So in the sense that we through campus events, workshops, support of capstone projects, we support different aspects of sustainable energy and sustainable development. And one of them is the innovation labs that we have every other year, in which members from the organization basically gather together and have debates, discussions, and discuss future initiatives. Now, we are also part of the Sustainable Futures Initiative. That's part of Waterloo focus now in integrating different institutes working in different aspects of sustainable energy. In particular, WISE, the Waterloo Climate Institute, and the Waterloo Water Institute are focused on establishing this partnership, and we are actually discussing the possibility of merging, which is our future vision. So in the context of United Nations Sustainable Developing Goals, trying to gather all of these, in which energy certainly plays a major role. Now, regarding the focus of this workshop, which is focused particularly in geothermal energy in the north, I guess we are looking at initiatives that take advantage of the geothermal energy in the context of Canada, which is mostly focused on Western Canada. We must acknowledge that, and where there are significant geothermal resources with thermal springs, good geothermal potential, and hot fluid and porous rocks in certain areas in the Canadian western regions. Now, in northeastern British Columbia, Alberta, southern Northwest Territories, there are actual significant resources in which you have 150 degrees temperatures at depths as shallow as 3 kilometers. So this basically has a significant potential for electricity generation. And in this context, okay, there are applications for hot springs, buildings, agriculture, and industry that have been developed. However, in terms of geothermal power plants is somewhat limited. The one that in January 2023, commissioned in 2023 is the Swamp Hills Geothermal Power Plant in Alberta. So it's somewhat limited. No, it's not what we'll see soon, that in the context of the world, geothermal resources and power generation is somewhat limited. There are projects in British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan that are being developed at this point. Now, in this context, in the context of the discussions we're having here with respect to the applications of remote communities, we're particularly focused on ground source heat pump technologies. We are looking at these issues because of the advantage of the relatively constant temperature. However, there are significant challenges because when you go to the remote communities in the north, there's an issue of how much you can drill in these, considering the permafrost and the rock base that you have to drill through. However, it's a clean technology, and actually, in the context of these technologies, we're talking about heat pumps, which have basically become quite competitive with respect to other heating applications. In fact, I just installed a heat pump at home, thinking of moving away from gas, moving away from emissions in my home context. Actually, I got rid of the gas, installed a water heater, electric water heater, which, by the way, when I asked Reliance to replace my water tank, basically mentioned that I was downgrading. Interesting concept, because I was paying less for the rental. So it's interesting how the gas industry looks at all of these issues. Now, there are multiple general geothermal energy uses. I'm just presenting a few. I've mentioned a few already. And in the context of the geothermal energy, as of 2021, in this plot, you can see that Canada is nowhere in the picture. So there are significant geothermal resources, so we have a lot of work to do within the context of Canada. Now, there are government support. NRCan has several programs that are supporting geothermal applications and research. I mentioned here a couple, Smart Renewables and Electrification Pathways, and Canada Energy Renewable Power Program. Now, Alberta, British Columbia, and Nova Scotia have created regulatory frameworks in the context of geothermal energy for development, and actually Yukon is developing regulations. Now, Saskatchewan is also involved in this, and are existing regulations that are being revised and developed in the context of the Deep Geothermal Demonstration Project. Now, all of this is within the context of net zero. I mean, we had a workshop recently discussing the net zero policy, in which basically the objective is to reduce by 2050 all sources of emissions, no emissions by 2050, by 2030, 40 and 45% reductions in the context of these net zero Canadian government policies. Canada is actually putting a lot of funding in this context. There's about $1 billion for efficiency upgrades, help develop industry next technologies, And in this context, I think there are multiple initiatives. In this context, geothermal energy should play a role and will play a role. This is the recent announced in March 2023, the federal government budget, which basically announced a series of initiatives in which, by the way, electrical systems play a significant role. So in this context, the workshop goals and objectives are basically facilitate this interaction between industry, academia, and government, develop collaborations in the context of geothermal energy. That's the main focus of this workshop. So we are looking at adoption of appropriate geothermal energy technologies, use of cogeneration options, and sustainable, and particularly we are focused on remote communities, sustainable communities, and infrastructures that are relevant to these applications. Now, in that context, we're looking at the initiatives that basically WISE supports, which is the next steps, which is looking for funding sources and MOUs with industry government organizations, which we have already a few. And in that context, we create partnerships that basically develop, because our focus as universities developing HQP, highly qualified personnel, and we are very good at doing that. And it's an issue that has to be addressed within the context of the energy industry right now. In fact, in the electrical industry now, our students, as soon as they finish or before they finish, they get a job. So it's become a challenge. And I just came from a meeting of the Power and Energy Society, in which one of the main focus of industry was how to hire these people, how to hire quality HQP people. And also in that context, we looked at IP. Now, our role in all of this is facilitate these collaborations in the context of the funding agencies that support this research. So NSERC is one of them, Ontario OCI, pardon me, Ontario Centers for Innovation is also another source of energy in which an investment or a contribution can basically duplicate or triplicate the power of that funding commitment. Now, this is our team. I guess we have Armugan here, who has been very much focused on developing this workshop. Thank you, Armugan. We have Sana, which is, I guess, is at the entrance. And we also have Ambika Opal, which is in charge, or is basically leading all these initiatives in access to energy, affordable energy for humanity. And in that context, I guess, we are supporting, or we are basically developing this, establish this workshop that we hope is successful and establishes these important collaborations. With that, I guess and apologies again for the delay. So let me introduce now our keynote speaker, Dr. Catherine Hickson. Has had over 40 years of experience in geothermal development, ranging from scientist to technology expert to collaborate to corporate executive. She has worked in multiple countries, understanding exploration and development projects ranging from low temperature sedimentary environments to high temperature volcanic systems. Her experience includes 25 years as a research scientist for the Canadian Government Geological Survey of Canada. She is currently the president of Geothermal Canada, as well as CEO of Alberta No. 1, which is a first conventional geothermal project taking place in the heart of Alberta, as we already mentioned. Alberta's most active hydrocarbon exploration and production region in the vicinity of the Grand Prairie. Catherine?
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Delightful to be here on a foggy, hot, humid Waterloo morning. But I didn't have as much trouble coming here as some of my colleagues who are coming from closer areas, but it was certainly a bit bumpy on the way. So I'm delighted to be here to be able to talk to you about geothermal and geothermal energy and what we as Canadians can do and should be doing for the planet, for ourselves, for our communities. Because geothermal really is that that elephant that's in the room that people want to ignore, but it is getting harder and harder to ignore as we go along. So that's what's brought us here. The focus of this, and I have a little problem because I'm short. I can't see this. So am I okay standing here? Thank you. The podium totally blocks my view of what it is you're seeing, and otherwise I have to keep doing this. So here we are. Let's talk about renewable energy in the north. So where does geothermal fit into this picture? So first of all, land acknowledgement, and as a representative of Geothermal Canada, just wanted to make the point that we as Canadians, and we are on the Indigenous lands of 634 different First Nations, 53 Inuit communities, and 88 Métis settlements. So an incredible cultural heritage that we all benefit from. So let's first of all talk about the global context. Now, there is a growing need for energy as our populations grow. And it is made even more imperative by the push to electrify everything. I mean, I'm sure from your lawnmower to your, your hairdryer, right? Everything is being electrified. And as we do this in populations that are not yet fully grid connected, we are increasing the demand for electricity. Now, Randall Johnson. Randall, are you here? Hopefully you, oh, he's online. Oh, okay. So Randall is going to be speaking at 10:45, and I really want you to pay very close attention to Randall's presentation, because he's going to be talking about the grid. And the title is going to be Geothermal, what, where, why, what, where, when, and how much. And it's really about the grid. So Randall does not come from the geothermal industry. He comes from the grid. He's an electrical engineer. And what he's going to talk about is the implication of renewables, non-base load renewables on our electrical grid and the stability of the grid. So I'm not going to touch on that other than just a couple of small points. So one of the things that we have to understand is that 85% of our energy needs are actually met by fossil fuels now. And so we have to think, 85%, how are we going to scale up renewables to meet that demand? And that is a growing demand. And that's a tough one, right? That's a real tough one. So how countries are doing it is basically with coal, using coal for their electrification. And this is from the web, and basically it's just a footprint of, if you look at, for instance, so we're looking at total carbon emissions by nations, and you can see China is huge, but its per capita footprint is actually quite small. And what that means is that as China continues to evolve, it will need more and more electricity. Its per capita footprint will increase, which will mean it will increase its carbon footprint. So this is one of the things that we have to think about in the context of global carbon emissions, is how do we take a country like China and we actually help them electrify, but we do that in a way that is less impactful in terms of greenhouse gases. So, of course, one of the things that we're very focused on is what are the carbon emissions of the various types of fuel. And so here you see coal, and so this is in grams per kilowatt hour produced of CO2. So you see 820 at the high end for coal. So this is unabated coal. And I want to make that clear. This is unabated coal because we have an incredible project in Saskatchewan, Boundary Dam, where they are doing full sequestration of their carbon emissions from that coal-fired plant. But unabated coal-fired has a very large carbon footprint. If we look down here at like solar, 41 grams, wind, offshore wind, 11 grams, base load, hydro, and nuclear are considered in there. Now, I can't tell you the exact number for geothermal. We're still working on that, but it is very low. It is less than 41, but probably a little bit more than 11. The important thing about that is those numbers for solar and wind do not include transmission and peaking carbon. They are critical if you are using non-base load power on your grid. So those numbers are actually false. They give a false impression of how green these particular technologies are. We need to keep that in mind. Geothermal, because it's base load, we don't need peaking. We don't need to make any changes to the grid. In fact, what you'll hear from Randall later is how important base load renewables are to the stability of the grid. Okay, so this is actually the crude oil prices over time. And what I want to point out in this diagram is simply every time you see a peak there has been a surge in geothermal activity globally. And that surge in geothermal activity has been as a result because if we're using particular natural gas to generate electricity, when the cost of that electrical generation goes up, interest in geothermal increases. But one of the things about geothermal, it has this very high capex. It has this very high investment early on in the process. And that's because hot water is not as energy dense as uranium or natural gas. So what it means is we need much larger volumes to extract the same amount of energy as we do if we were using natural gas or uranium. And as a result, what that means is that we have very large well bores. We need to pump significant amounts of water. But back to the cost of power. So this is non-base load renewables. And what you see here is, this is sort of the competition for geothermal. So we have this very high capex. People have a lot of difficulty getting past that capex because the non-base load renewables have become so cheap. So if you look here, this is PV, offshore wind, and offshore and onshore wind, and you can see how those prices have in fact diminished significantly over time. So it's really cheap. I can go to the bank as a wind project or a solar project, and I can say it's going to cost this much. I'm going to produce this much in terms of energy. Say I'm going to produce 100 megawatts, and off you go, and the bank will give you a loan. They do not give you loans to drill a well to extract geothermal energy. So this is one of the hurdles for geothermal energy. The problem with this is that, again, the wind and solar industry are not telling you, well, okay, they're not telling you that my GHG emissions don't include that peaker plant or those batteries or that other ancillary infrastructure that I need to put that non-renewable onto the grid. And they also don't tell you that that 100 megawatts is really only 20 megawatts. So what can Canada do internationally? Well, we can help countries who are using coal-based, unabated coal for electrical generation. We can give them natural gas. We're not going to give it to them, obviously. We're going to sell it to them. But there's a significant decrease in the GHGs if we can convert those coal-fired plants to natural gas. We can also do things like the newest generation of natural gas turbines are much more efficient than older generation natural gas turbines. So why not do that? It'll actually save significantly. We can help them, countries, and I stress unabated coal-fired, by doing carbon sequestration. And I point out the Boundary Dam in Saskatchewan. And we can promote base load renewable energy like geothermal. So let's talk about Canada. Now, Maurice, And I want to acknowledge Maurice in this because Maurice and I have been working together for a few years, and a lot of the ideas and thoughts that you heard Maurice expel this morning were really about our working together in the context of Canada, a cold country, and the need for heat. It is incredibly important that you look at that number. Space heating accounts for 66% of the energy needs of Canadians. Water heating is 18%. Electricity is only 16%. So an enormous, and I have to thank Emily Schmeckel. So Emily is online, I think. Emily said, well, why don't we use an iceberg? Because an iceberg, I think, very, very clearly shows that the tip of the iceberg is electricity, but the bulk of the iceberg is that heat, that need for heat as Canadians. So the problem, and one of the things about geothermal is because these very high capex, it's hard to get thermal-only projects going because they don't have the same kind of cash generation as an electricity project. But it has only been recently that electrical prices in Canada have started to surge. And in fact, now geothermal and geothermally produced electricity is becoming more interesting. So we've had the first geothermal plant. It's a co-production plant, Swan Hills by Futerra Energy in Alberta. They use co-produced water from their hydrocarbon extraction to essentially produce about 20 to 30% of the energy need for their turbines. So it's starting. What I wanted to show here is basically the cost comparison of that thermal energy output. So Alberta number 1 project, we're a small project. We are not yet drilling, hopefully, within the next few months. But what I wanted to show here is that the thermal energy, we're going to produce 985,000 gigajoules. In order to heat that amount of water, we would need 161,000 barrels of oil or 26,620,000 cubic meters of natural gas. Okay, what does that look like in terms of cost? Well, for the Alberta number 1, we're actually going to be able to generate revenue because we're going to be able to sell that heat. And we're going to be able to generate carbon revenue because now that $2 million is based on a $50 per ton. So if we looked at $100 per ton, we're going to generate just under $5 million of revenue, basically simply from the carbon offsets that electricity and that thermal energy. And then you run down this thing here and you look at, well, if we were to produce that same amount of energy by electricity, if we were to generate that same amount of heat using natural gas, it's going to cost us almost $3 million in fuel costs, and it's going to cost us at least $2.5 million for the GHGs. So the financial context of geothermal is changing, and it's changing rapidly. And for those of you who might have looked at the finances of a geothermal project 6 months ago, I would say go back and relook at your numbers, because even these numbers are old. These numbers are over 6 months old in terms of the price of natural gas, for example. So things are changing, and things are improving in terms of natural gas. People are starting to look more closely at the carbon offsets and the carbon credits that you can get. And they're also looking more closely at their pocketbook, particularly in terms of electrical generation, and can geothermal actually help us in that regard to lower our electrical costs? And I would maintain that, yes, it can. So let's talk a little bit about the cold advantage. So an organic Rankine cycle, basically they operate more efficiently at colder temperatures. Air cooling, like we don't need water cooling in the Canadian context. Air cooling is just fine. And I wanted to point out Chino Hot Springs. So this is a development in Alaska, and they have been producing electricity, thermal energy. They have a spa, they have greenhouses. It's an integrated geothermal-based community, and they are actually producing that electrical power at 73 degrees C. So it's just an example of how, in fact, we can use geothermal energy, how the north, the cold climate will allow us to use that energy. And also I wanted to make this point, it's about delta T. So delta T is simply the temperature of our ambient temperature versus what we're bringing out of the ground. And if your ambient temperature on any given day happens to be minus 25 or minus 50 even, and we're bringing out fluids of 25 degrees C, I mean, that's a 50-degree delta T. So that is a huge energy advantage that we have in the north. We don't think about it that way on those, you know, minus 40 days when we're trying to crawl out of the cabin, but it is a huge advantage from the perspective of geothermal. So the other thing about geothermal is, in the Canadian context, is that we have to take the long view. We need to not look at next year or the year after. We have this very large investment that we're going to make in the drilling. How are we going to get that investment back? Well, we get it back in the long term by offsets. So this is an example. This is from the city of Regina. It's work that Terrapin did a few months ago on an aquatic center. So the city of Regina has planned an aquatic center that will require 22.7 million BTUs per hour of thermal energy. Below the city of Regina, it's not the greatest resource in the sense that it's only 60 degrees C. It's at 2 kilometers. But what we did is we churned out the numbers. What is it going to cost us to develop that resource, to provide that 22.7 million BTUs per hour? And then we compared it to natural gas and electricity. And that's the graph that you see there. So essentially that crossover point is at about 10 years. And the crossover point, the red line, is natural gas. So if we supply that, if we take into inflation and projections of natural gas prices and whatnot, the crossover point for the municipality is at about 10 years. They're going to make back the base investment that they have in their offset costs of natural gas. And they'll also make it back in spades in terms of, obviously, the GHG reduction that having a geothermal source versus either electricity or natural gas will do. So the city, after all these numbers, and the numbers were put together by Associated Engineering, and they essentially looked at everything that was involved in the geothermal project, in putting in a natural gas project, or a natural gas boiler system, and churned out the numbers. And this is what it came out to. And as a result, the city of Regina is applying for federal funding for infrastructure, federal infrastructure funding to, in fact, build this using a geothermal heat source. So we hope to be drilling this project next summer. All things, if the stars align, I guess. But it's really important from the perspective of municipality. The municipality, you need to pay for your infrastructure. You need to pay for that ongoing cost of natural gas or electricity or whatever it is. And geothermal will help you in terms of your operating costs over the long term. So it'll give you a financial advantage, and oh, by the way, you get an extra bonus because of the GHG reductions. Okay, so let's talk about the north. I talked about cold. The north is cold. You have permafrost there, and even with the projections of climate warming, the the bottom line is it's still going to be very cold in the north for a very long time. So that delta T is what is going to help us significantly in terms of the value proposition of geothermal in the north. Now we have map of Canada, and what you see here is the compilation. So this was put together by Steve Grasby and others at the GSC. And this is actually 2009, but I hate to say it, it actually hasn't improved very much. What you see here in terms of the colors, so where you see a color is we have data. Where you see blank, we have no data. And the important thing about that is that you can see a lot of white on there, and you can see a lot of white up in the north. The reality, though, is that we can overlay this onto a geological map, and that white area is high-grade metamorphic rocks and granites which have a fairly low thermal conductivity, and the gradients are actually quite low. So the white areas that you see there have a relatively low potential for geothermal. But what you see now is that nice red-orange bullseye in the southern part of NWT. Now, the thing about the north, though, is we have to look at all options. So I'm talking about conventional geothermal, but there's lots of things out there. There's lots of technology that is changing. There's closed loop systems. EGS is engineered geothermal. AGS is advanced geothermal systems. So these are all kind of hybrids where we're going to take a system and we're going to essentially try to utilize that energy in the best way that we can. We might be using heat pumps. We might have a ORC. We might need to do heat storage. So all of these things need to be considered for northern communities. And it really is not one size fits all. One size doesn't fit all. Every community is different. The needs of every community are different. The needs of the regions are different. So we need to essentially go into each and every community and try to understand what are their energy needs and how, in fact, is geothermal an option for them? What kind of geothermal? How do we actually do this? How do we implement this in that community? So what are the next steps? Well, we need to evaluate. What are the needs of these communities? What are the regions? We need to assess what's the best option for them. And then we need to apply those learnings to the communities. Provincially and nationally, and I should have also, I would fail to put in, this should be territorially, provincially, and nationally. We need to lobby, we need to advocate, and we need to promote the importance of geothermal energy as an energy alternative for the north that needs to be right-sized and best fit for individual communities. So we need to provide Canadians with this long-term, sustainable, decarbonized thermal energy. That should be the goal of the nation. Geothermal should be the goal of this nation. And that does not mean stopping production of hydrocarbons. It means using geothermal where it is best and makes an effective alternative. We need to look at infrastructure differently. We need to look at heat as infrastructure, providing heat. We provide everybody with electricity. Why not provide them with heat? We need to have systems which are right-sized for communities, and they must be combined with community engagement. And community engagement is really going into a community and really understanding what is it that that community could benefit from, what would they like to do, and how would they like to do it. So one of the things that you saw this nice picture. That picture is actually from Nahanni Butte, and I wanted to, Maurice already mentioned the Detroit region, and I talked about that southern Northwest Territories. And it's a very important region because it actually does have significant geothermal potential. It has a population. I'll show you that population in a moment. These are the words spoken in December 6, 2021 by the Grand Chief. And basically what he said that we will work with the Crown and remind the world that Dene and descendants are still here. The Dehcho First Nations have an inherent obligation to uphold Treaty 11 as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the river flows. So the bottom line is the Dehcho region is open to discussions about what their energy future might look like. And I've lost the next slide. Could you advance the next slide, please? Oh, okay, perfect. So the Dehcho population actually represents 16% of the population of the Northwest Territories. But what I wanted to show in this is the population of Northern Canada. So this is all the territories. So it's just under 130,000 people. So it's not a huge population. Northwest Territories represents 35%, Yukon 33%, and Nunavut 31%. So this is when we talk about sparse, this is sparse territory. This is a map, and what you're going to see here, so in blue is the outline of the Dehcho territory. And I've just highlighted two projects, one Nahanni Butte and then one Cameron Hills that Terrapin is working on right now. All the red dots that you see there are, in fact, dots from oil wells or gas wells. So these are mostly exploration wells. And when I showed you that map of Canada with the heat flow, that heat flow largely is based on this exploration activity. So whatever you think about in terms of hydrocarbon exploration or not, they've actually given us an incredible data set that we can deal with and work with in this area. And those are the populations. You can see the populations are very small. You know, everything from Nahanni Butte, which has, so this is the Stats Canada, the population of 101. And that area, though, represents a very significant part of what the population of the Northwest Territories, of Northern Canada, looks like. So just a final acknowledgement really is to Maurice and sort of the thinking that we've been doing in terms of, you know, what does energy self-sufficiency look like for the North? How, in fact, can we help the northern communities get to where they would like to be? And I think that's the important thing, is how can we provide them? Is geothermal one of the answers? And of course, we think so, but we're biased. and we'd also like to acknowledge all of the funding and whatnot that we've both received over the years in terms of really understanding geothermal energy and understanding the energy needs of the North. So thank you so much.
Our next presentation is by Professor Maurice Dussault. Just a second. Maurice is a geological engineering professor at the University of Waterloo in Canada. I have worked with him for several years. He has 3 years field experience as a roughneck and drilling fluids technician before he got into university education and research. With over 600 articles on analysis and physics issues related to surface engineering. He's an international geomechanics expert who has taught short courses on geothermal energy, CO2 sequestration, earth stresses, and drilling, oil and gas production, and so on. over 140 times in 27 countries. He has served as this work, and he has served as an advisor to many corporations and governments, including New Brunswick, Alberta, and Quebec. Maurice, you have the floor. Thank you.
Dr. Hickson mentioned a major challenge, drilling. The challenge is that the north is cold, not just at the surface, it's also cool at depth to get to temperatures that make economic sense for habitat heating and for electrical energy generation. We have to drill deep into dense crystalline rocks. Think granites. No permeability, no porosity. Very different than accessing the warm fluids in the deep part of the Alberta and British Columbia sedimentary basins, where temperatures as high as 140, 145 exist at depths of 4 to 5 kilometers in the deepest parts. So we're drilling now for geothermal energy, and the Swan Hills project that we heard earlier is actually using existing fluids, existing oil wells that are producing warm fluids for the generation of electrical power. The first project to drill their own set of wells independently is the Deep project in Saskatchewan, which is scheduled to start producing electrical power at a rate between 20 and 25 megawatts in the next 6-8 months, I guess. Kathy, is that about right? So they're well on their way. We hope they are. Yeah, they're building their surface organic Rankine cycle system right now. This is just a little bit about their project. They're drilling down about 3.3 kilometers, and they're using hypersaline brines. That means water that is completely saturated with sodium chloride and a few other things like magnesium chloride. They're going to be using an array of horizontal wells for injection and production to bring the hot liquids up to the surface, generate electrical power, and return the liquids down below without extracting additional heat. This is pure power play. Although the managers of that project and the managers of every geothermal project in Canada right now would love to find significant markets for the additional heat. That is really quite critical. So can we use geothermal energy in isolated communities for E and H? E is electrical power, H is thermal power. To repeat slightly what Professor Cañizares and Dr. Hickson said, the volcanic belts in British Columbia and parts of the Yukon are the only areas in Canada where we can really expect extremely high temperatures, let's say dry steam, or even, supersaturated steam, supercritical steam, but we haven't found any yet of commercial nature. Research goes on. Then the sedimentary basin, which is outlined in yellow here, is the only basin in Canada deep enough where we can access fluids more than 120 degrees Celsius. Our sedimentary basins in Ontario, Quebec, even the Maritimes are much cooler, and those basins that I mentioned have low permeability, low porosity, and very dense rocks, so drilling is a little bit more challenging. So our potential for these bluish areas on the map where we have low geothermal potential, our potential is set in part by the limitations of deep drilling. This is a little bit newer map than Kathy showed. We have a little bit of a yellow area here which is postulated in large part. I don't think there's drilling that has confirmed it, to the northeast of Great Slave Lake. But all that blue means that the geothermal gradient is very, very low, on the order of 15 degrees Celsius per kilometer. So if you assume that the average temperature at the surface is -10 over the year, say in Cambridge Bay or Iqaluit, then that means you're going to have to drill down 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers, to get to 60, 65 degrees Celsius. That's a challenge. That is a huge challenge, because in the north, with difficult logistics, drilling costs will dominate your capital expenditures. Again, just a few communities that we've worked out a few numbers for. Don't be scared of permafrost. Many of these communities do not have ice-rich, soft clay permafrost that will degrade with heat. Many of these communities sit on extremely dense sedimentary rocks or the crystalline basement rocks, like in Rankin Inlet, for example, where granite is the surface of much of the landscape. So permafrost is only a temperature statement. In some communities like Tuktoyaktuk, ice-rich permafrost presents serious issues, indeed. But in other communities like Yellowknife, ice-rich permafrost barely exists. Yellowknife is built on granite. Boreholes in the north, represent as much as 85% of the capital expenditure. So drilling is another elephant in this large geothermal room. And you need a long borehole through the hot rock to mine enough heat. That probably means vertical boreholes turning over to horizontal borehole length, maybe 3 kilometers, in order to access a significant volume of rock at a temperature that allows you to produce heat for 30 years at a reasonable rate. The issue in drilling is the following. The red line that you see there, or green, whatever color it is essentially the heat going up with depth, and it's a linear relationship, roughly. Well, drilling costs is not a linear relationship. Drilling costs are exponential with depth. So the crossover point here that I have sketched is at about 4.5 kilometers. That is my assumption to get a temperature of 65 degrees Celsius guaranteed. Might be 70, might be 75, but 65 is probably guaranteed at 4.5 kilometers. And that's your value of heat there on that little dashed line. So if we can reduce drilling costs, well, as you see, the value of heat that we get goes up, and we don't have to drill as deep. So what are the limiting factors in drilling? Well, one of them is the weight of the drill string, because remember that the drill pipe at the surface must support the entire weight of the drill string for the entire depth of the hole, and so on. If we look at the Burj Khalifa in the Gulf, you'll see that the upper stories are very small, very expensive too, by the way. And every column below that upper part has to carry the weight of the upper part, and so on, all the way down to the base. And if you look at the base floor, you won't see that because it's all behind walls, but the columns are huge. Okay. A drill string is exactly the same, except upside down. The deeper you go, the more steel you have to support. And by the way, it doesn't matter if you have a little wire or a huge piece of steel. You still have to support all the weight below you. So you can say, well, okay, fine, let's use aluminum drill pipe. Well, aluminum drill pipe is, I think, 4 times as expensive as steel drill pipe, and it has its own set of problems, including strength. Aluminum is far less strong than steel. So this is not an easy problem to solve. This problem has limited our depth of penetration in the world to approximately 10 to 11 kilometers. Nevertheless, advances are being made, and I'll talk about some of them. Conventional granite drilling used to be like 1.5, 2.5 meters per hour because of all of the complications and trips. But in the Forge project in Utah, they have focused very strongly on improving conventional rotary drilling. Conventional rotary drilling. In other words, you're rotating the drill pipe, not the drill pipe, sorry, you're rotating the drill bit at the bottom through what we call a mud pump. That's old technology, but new things have been brought to bear. The new things are listed here. New PDC bits, that's polycrystalline diamond compact bits for granite. Even 5 years ago, we used to say, well, you can't use PDC bits for granite. Well, actually, you can. New designs, new shapes, just basic engineering. We've also learned something else. Maximize the weight on bit with real-time metrics that allow you to do online automatic optimization. Use a low surface tension fluid if you can. I'll skip the reasons why. And it came as quite a surprise, not to academics that teach people, but it came as quite a surprise to the people that are involved in this project that training the crews, the roughnecks, the drillers, in basic physics, and teaching them how to understand metrics and respond had a huge impact on the drilling efficiency by reducing downtime and trip time. Look at that. The drilling on the left, which is the most recent hole, although they're drilling another couple as I speak, or another one, the drilling on the left-hand side is expressed in terms of time at the bottom of the hole drilling. It is 4 times faster than the first hole on the right. 4 times. 5 years ago, if you had presented this as a hypothesis, you would have been referred to your local psychiatrist. Yet it's been done in the field, and apparently it is entirely transportable to other domains, other geologies and other geographies. The SPE paper that I refer you to, published last year, is listed there in the bottom, and it kind of outlines how these things were done. I mentioned that the polycrystalline diamond compact drill bit redesign has been an important factor. The bit on the left did a 416-foot run. The bit on the right did a run that was more than twice as long. The longer you can rotate a drill bit on the bottom, the cheaper your drilling costs are because time starts to shrink. A question remains, can rotary drilling be improved enough for our use in northern Canada in granitic rocks? A project is trying to address this in Europe right now, the ORCID project, and here are their technological advances. They're using percussion, not rotary drilling. Granitic rocks are brittle. So, if you take a piece of granite and take your 2¼ pound geological hammer, the big one, and hit it, it's going to shatter into a bunch of pieces. The same thing happens at the bottom of the hole if you're using a percussion type technique. Drilling in brittle rocks with percussion is faster than drilling with rotary drilling if it's done right. A problem, of course, is drilling with air versus drilling with water versus drilling with mud. Nevertheless, these things are being addressed. Low surface tension water as a drilling fluid, high pressure water jets to help cut the rock, novel bit design, and some other factors. On the right-hand side, you see the concept. We've got a mud motor that is basically doing the percussion, and above that is a high-pressure actuator driven by pressure from the surface, because it's very hard to put electrical engines and electrical stuff down 5 or 6 kilometers deep on a drill string. Very hard. Hasn't been done yet, actually. And there's a problem with conventional drill bits is that they're generally shaped like you see here, and that gives you very high tangential stresses on the bottom of the hole, which actually act against you. So their new bit design reverses the curvature entirely and does stress relief by drilling what we call a kerf all around the outside by percussion. So the inside rock that is forming a kind of an inverse cone is now stress relieved and very, very easy to break down with percussion. That is a very radical bit redesign, and it looks like it's working. Additional comments, I'll leave these for you to read. These presentations will be made public. And I do want to point out that there is a hole 6.35 kilometers deep in Espoo, just a little bit west of the capital city of Helsinki in Finland, that has been drilled using percussion. The world's largest percussion drill, which is rated at 8 kilometers capacity, is shown here, drilling the hole right by a natural gas-fired power plant in the city of Espoo. And their project involves drilling a few holes, hydraulic stimulation to connect the holes, and mining heat at a temperature of 112, 115 degrees Celsius to heat 10,000 homes, 40 megawatts of thermal power. That's their plan. And they're on their way to completing it. I want to warn you about being too enthusiastic about novel technology claims. There are technologies that are raising quite an astounding amount of money in the United States right now, and even one in Europe, on claims that deep holes can be drilled with direct energy methods such as plasma, thermal spallation, or millimeter wave guide radiation applied to the bottom of the hole, or lasers. Sorry, I'm not an enthusiast. I raise two problems. One of them is maintaining the weight of all of that drill string. The other one is returning cuttings to the surface. And those two problems have not been solved for deep drilling. Thermal spallation just means heating the rock as rapidly as possible to create thermal expansion and spalling of the rock. And there's a wonderful YouTube video you should look at, which shows you how effective it is at the surface in a quarry. The other the other corporation, Quaise Energy, that has raised a huge amount of money already, proposes to melt the rock and force the melt into the surrounding rock. Well, the stress and the pressure required to do that is, we're talking at depth, a couple of 100 megapascals. And that's not feasible. So there are many unresolved issues with all of these energy projects: cuttings, support of the weight, can the melt be fractured into the rock mass, and so on. My recommendation is let's stick with improving conventional technologies and moving into the percussion and water jet domain on a drill string. Whoops. Somehow or other I got my slides mixed up here. So just to summarize, the Utah Forge work shows that massive improvements are possible. Remember, they have reduced their time drilling on the bottom by a factor of 4. They are doing it now in 80 hours as opposed to 320 hours. This is really, really remarkable. Okay? Are significant further gains possible? Yes, we believe so. So I think this is my last slide. The needs for the geothermal north. If we're going to do deep drilling to access temperatures more than 50 degrees Celsius at depth, that means more than 4 kilometers, we need modular transportable drilling rig with an 8-kilometer depth capacity. You need a capacity that is higher than the actual depth that you drill in order to provide pulling energy, and in order to do that horizontal drill part that I mentioned, because you have to pull all of that steel out of the hole. The drill rig has to be transportable, preferably by Hercules aircraft, automated with sensors. Artificial intelligence is applied to all of the sensors to try to do online, to actually do online optimization. And remember, online optimization in drilling is only a couple of years old. That's one of the reasons that Forge was able to do so well. We have to focus on heat provision, not electrical energy, just simply because heat is existential in the north. Cold winter makes organic Rankine cycles much more efficient, etc. So conventional drilling, oh, I see what's happening. I'm going backwards here. There. That's it. My conclusions are that drilling is the elephant in the room. We can do it much better. The ORCID project is suggesting that they will be able to do drilling at 60% faster than the current drilling rates with percussion drills once their research projects are implemented in practice through a corporation called DrillStar in France. So we are getting faster, but we need to work on this in Canada much more than we currently are. Thank you.
Our next presentation is from Professor Jasmine Raymond, who is a hydrogeologist conducting research on geothermal energy. His current projects involve very low to high temperature resources associated with both geothermal heat pumps and power production. From the Arctic to the tropics, so quite broad. He's an awardee of the Canadian Geothermal Society, a chairholder of the Institut Nordique du Québec, and he is, has a geothermal lab that is characterizing thermophysical properties of rocks to model geothermal systems of all kinds. The main objective of his projects, in collaboration with geothermal designers, developers, manufacturers, and regulators, is to improve the efficiency and profitability of systems by providing scientific and social innovations. Professor Raymond?
Really happy to be here this morning to discuss geothermal development in the north. This is something we've been working on for the past 5 years and a bit more. Through actually a research chair funded by the Institut Nordique du Québec, and also collaboration with various organizations throughout the Canadian North. To begin my presentation, I'd like to acknowledge that the research we have been doing in the north have been conducted on the traditional territory of several indigenous groups. Just to name a few examples, Kluane First Nation in the Yukon, Decho First Nation in Northwest Territory, Inuits of Nunavut and Nunavik, just to give you a few examples. The number one reason why we're doing these projects is for the people that lives on the land and that could eventually benefit from geothermal energy. What I do at INRS is to train students and send out students that have been doing geothermal resource assessment and technology development project throughout the Canadian North. So my presentation is going to be an overview of all of those student projects that have taken place with several partners. Basically, over the past year, what we've shown by doing our research is that subarctic climate with near permafrost conditions is not a limitation to the installation of geothermal heat pump system. If we install geothermal heat pump system in northern community where the ground is near 0 degrees Celsius, there's still possibility to operate these systems, especially the closed loop system that has, can work with working fluid below 0 degrees Celsius. And then you can still get significant energy savings. In the south, energy savings with heat pump would be 60–70% for heating, while in the north, we operate at a lower temperature, less efficient, but still 50% energy savings, which can be quite significant when diesel is your only source of energy. We've also looked at borehole thermal energy storage, again showing that even in a subarctic climate, you can produce thermal energy in the summer when the sun shines and the days are long, store that energy on a seasonal basis and retrieve heat especially for low temperature heating application, for example, heating municipal water. I think those kind of system, borehole thermal energy storage, are really well suited for. And we've also looked at deep EGS to produce both power and heat for those remote community in crystalline rock, and look at the feasibility and the economics of those systems. Throughout the Canadian North, most of the remote communities are in this subarctic setting where permafrost is discontinuous. The ground is cold, but it's not that cold. And some of the community are really in a truly Arctic setting, but I think it's a minority. Most of the communities are more in the subarctic environments. And where there could be a lot of opportunity for geothermal, whether it's shallow or deep system. Our studies are done across the country, so in a very wide, diverse geological setting, from the Western Cordillera to the northern extension of the Western Sedimentary Basin and the Canadian Shields, where geothermal gradient may be a bit lower, but it's not as low as we thought, because as we're working with partner on exploration drilling, we realize that heat flow is a bit higher than what people expected. In fact, working in the high north is fairly challenging because of logistics, but also because of data availability. Cathy showed this in the morning, very little heat flow data in the north, but not only heat flow data, very little geological data or information about the subsurface. So when we start and first go into a community and look at the geothermal potential, you have to think outside of the box and see how you can evaluate resource with actually very little information. And this often starts with collecting surface rock samples, looking at also the structural geology at surface, trying to find any type of shallow borehole available, and try to estimate what could happen deep down below, of course, with a high uncertainty involved, but getting that first resource assessment that will allow you to move on with the project and maybe find funding for drilling and continue and explore those resources until they can be potentially developed. In Yukon, favorable areas has been identified mostly in southwest Yukon. Their Yukon Geological Survey have been doing some great work looking at geothermal potential of different area, Burwash Landing, Ain Junction, the Whitehorse area also. Initial work was done by drilling some exploration borehole that are shown here, and you have temperature gradient of these borehole. Those that are shown here were drilled a few years ago. The Tekini borehole near Whitehorse that had a fairly average geothermal gradient, but hit some hot groundwater down below a depth of a little bit more than 400 degrees Celsius, which we think is related to the Tekini hot spring system. And another borehole that was drilled along the Tintina Trench, a little like geothermal gradient of 30 degrees Celsius per kilometer, a little bit higher than average. Right now, at the Yukon Geological Survey, focus is a bit on the Burwash Landing project, so a small community of the home of the Kluane First Nation along Kluane Lake. Where we think there could be a high heat flow. Actually, I was in Yukon during the winter and the spring, and we did some new heat flow assessment there. Heat flow a little bit above 100 milliwatt per square meter, which is higher than usual. And that community is very close to an extension zone associated to the Denali Fault, where we think these large regional fault can bring sufficient permeability to tap the hot fluids, and groundwater is moving from the mountain top, where there are glaciers that are melting and recharge the systems, all the way to the lake, which is a major groundwater discharge zone. So right now we're developing some numerical flow and heat transfer models, try to evaluate resources in this particular area based on the data we've been able to collect in 2 new boreholes that were recently drilled in this area. Northwest Territory, again there we've been helping the Northwest Territory Geological Survey to look at the geothermal potential of the flooded Con mine in Yellowknife, but also high temperature geothermal resource of the South Slave region. There have been quite a lot of interest in this area, a little bit toward Western Decho, the Fort Liar, Nana Butte community, but also Eastern Decho, the A River Enterprise Kekisa, and Fort Providence community, where that sits in a high heat flow. That was shown by Kathy this morning also. But in this area, the sedimentary cover of the basin there is really thin, less than 500 meter to 1 kilometer. And what's on top on the sedimentary basin are mostly shale rocks, or low permeability rocks. And we believe potential in this area, although it's really high heat flow, it's in the basement and will have to be either deep EGS or deep borehole heat exchangers. What we've done through our research, collect legacy core from oil and gas well, measure thermal and hydraulic property, try to identify what are the natural heat transfer mechanism that controls the resource, obviously conductive heat transfer in an area where most development potential is on EGS or petrothermal systems. Now Nunavut, there is interest from Kulik Energy Corporation that provide power for Inuit communities of Nunavut to look at the geothermal potential and eventually develop these resources. Kulik Energy Corporation, whoops, sorry about this. Kulik Energy Corporation gave contract to the engineering company Respect that have done a first geothermal resource assessment. Not easy to evaluate resources there as there are little data, and mostly the blue area are shield rocks that have been associated to a low geothermal potential, but now that we're collecting temperature data and borehole that have recently been drilled, we realize that it's not that cold. And the reds are sedimentary rocks with a moderate geothermal potential, but there's interest in those 4 communities, Resolute, Cambridge Bay, Baker Lake, and Pangrintok. Sorry about this, I'm not that good to pronounce, to look at the geothermal potential. An exploration borehole was drilled actually in Baker Lake, and we're in the process of analyzing the core temperature profile to provide heat flow assessment. Along that, feasibility study was undertaken in Baker Lake by Respect to evaluate the potential of borehole thermal energy storage. So we've worked with them in collaboration also with CanMet Energy that provided funding for this particular study to look at potential solution to minimize permafrost thaw and maximize energy storage. Because in a setting like Baker Lake, yes, there is extensive and thick permafrost. Baker Lake is really in a truly Arctic setting. And if you produce heat in summer, store it underground, then there's a risk of melting permafrost. The overburden is not that thick. Depends on the area, but 4 to 20 meter thick. And it can contain some silty or clay material that can be at risk if the ground thaw. So what we've done is we've tried to envision different solutions, like insulating the pipe of the ground heat exchangers with first different type of plastics, HDPE, PVC, but also using vacuum insulated tubing as the outer casing, installing thermosiphons around the ground heat exchangers. But also one of the very simple and I think would be most efficient solution of avoiding to grout the upper part of the ground heat exchangers and leaving just air on the top part of the ground heat exchangers that correspond to the overburden depth, such that there's no thermal contact, and your ground heat exchangers is a bit isolated from the upper ground surface where there's risk for permafrost thaw. So we simulated all these potential solutions within here, the FEFLOW program, and look at the average ground temperature that is shown here on this graph that synthesized data, and see what's the ground temperature year after year for the different scenarios. And obviously some of the scenarios that has the coldest ground temperature are when you implement thermosiphons around the borehole heat exchangers, which can be a potential solution, but probably fairly expensive, while the air insulation we think could be also a good alternative, not as good as the thermosiphon, but probably way cheaper to implement, and could allow to minimize temperature perturbation near the surface to store the energy deep down below. Now Nunavik is the northern part of Quebec, where there are 14 Inuit community. This is where we've done most work in the community of Wet'suwet'en, which is actually a Cree and Inuit community living in the same community there, where we've looked at the potential of a solar assist ground source heat pump system. Also Umiuyak, where we also look at geothermal heat pump for a research station of the Centre d'études nordiques. Centre d'études nordiques is looking to build a new research station there that will incorporate some geothermal component. So a potential demonstration project going forward. A significant amount of work done in Kuujjuaq, which is the capital community of Nunavik, where we've looked at both shallow and deep geothermal potential, some demonstration project also going with shallow geothermal heat pump system. And what you see for Kuujjuaq, the orange dot, right? Yes, 5 minutes, is that the heat flow or the geothermal gradient is a bit warmer than we expected. We've drilled a borehole there with partners to 230-meter depth boreholes, not that deep, but enough to assess the heat flow that was shown to be more higher than what expected from regional assessment. So just to give you an overview of what we've done in Kuujjuaq, looking at the feasibility of solar assist ground source heat pump system. This is really important. A ground source heat pump, right? It's an energy-saving technology. You need to provide electricity to run the system, and it makes no sense to take electricity from a diesel plant to put in the heat pump. So you need solar panels, but the solar panels are not going to produce electricity all year long, right? So the amount of CO2 savings you can have, whether it's ground source heat pump or borehole thermal energy storage, depends on the solar fraction. On my plot, the small dots is a higher fraction, and the large dot is smaller fraction. And obviously, the more solar panel you have and the more battery you have, the more CO2 emission, but the more expensive it gets. So it's a bit of a trade-off, how clean you want to be, but how much money you have to invest in those systems that could work, again, in those subarctic environment. Then EGS in Kuujjuaq, Mafalda may talk a little bit more about this. We've looked at the feasibility of drilling down to 4-kilometer depth, fracking the rock or doing hydro shearing to stimulate the reservoir. Those are simulations that were made with FracSim 3D, try to evaluate what could be the resulting permeability, flow rate, and energy output in our base case and best case scenario, where you see more energy can be produced than actually what the community needs. This is a 2,800 people community. So with a deep geothermal doublet, enough energy to heat the whole community at a competitive cost. My next slide describe a bit the cost. Well, the levelized cost of geothermal heating in the north for all the different projects we've been doing, from deep EGS, borehole thermal energy storage, and hybrid heat pump that could be coupled with biomass, for example, to make them more economic. The costs, those are in 2019 numbers. So the costs are just a little bit above oil, well, heating with fuel oil, considering a non-subsidized cost. But this is changing, obviously. Fuel oil is getting more expensive, so if you consider the recent costs, the red line shift to the right. And also what is really important is if you consider the cost of fuel spill. The most important consequences for northern community of I think, using fuel for space heating is not the CO2 emissions, because in reality, they are a small community and their footprint is not that big, but it's the fuel spill, right? When a spill occurs, in several of these communities, they don't have soil treatment facilities. So the soil has to be excavated, shipped down south through boat, and treated in the south when the soil is actually treated. So environmental consequences of fuel spills are important, and if you add this cost, which we did recently with a survey looking at what would be the average cost of fuel spills and remediation in the north, then geothermal heating truly gets competitive for these remote communities. So basically, in conclusion, we are here to provide knowledge. We're not trying to push any geothermal project in the north. I really believe projects should come from communities, but we're here to develop new knowledge and transfer that knowledge through students that have been working a little bit everywhere with different partners. As Maurice outlined, and also drilling capacity is a major issue for geothermal project in the north. Several of these communities don't have local drilling capacity. And if we want to develop geothermal, we really have to develop those drilling capacity in the north. Just 2 more slides, I'll be very quick. I believe also, first geothermal development, well, it's already happening. I think it's the shallow system that are being developed in the north. So the borehole heat exchangers, right now with shallow geothermal heat pump system, but that will move deeper and deeper, and that will allow to de-risk the deep geothermal. When we do the shallow project, we collect subsurface data that is super important, and that allow us to understand what could happen deep down below, and will allow us to move in a few years to those deep EGS systems that could produce heat, massive amount of heat for northern community if we want them to be 100% renewables. And when doing this, one thing that is really important is also to look at the size of the community. Deep geothermal is obviously something that requires high capital, and in a small community of less than 1,000 people can be very difficult to justify these costs. So looking at the resource is one thing, but the heat consumer is also fairly important, and that should be looked very carefully. So to finish, I'd like to acknowledge all of our partners, and more than everything, this is students that have done those research projects that I've just shown. At INRS, we're always looking for new students, so if it's something that rings a bell to you, come and talk to us. We're always happy to have new people on board with us.
From Dr. Randall Johnson, who has 25 years of experience in 70 countries on valuation, design, planning, procurement, operations, and maintenance in grid networks, power production, and storage assets. He is the founder and inventor of the Accelerx software system and has been involved with national labs, regulators, governments, utilities, developers, and OEMs on asset investments. Dr. Johnson has several decades of experience on solar, wind, energy storage, hybrid, and fossil technologies. He was a regional director of Energy Exemplar and was team leader for transmission strategy at Eversource Energy. He was the network planning manager at McDonald and ran a consulting team for grid design and grid investment in 40 countries, and assisted with $35 billion of asset investment.
Okay, all right. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. So I'll go ahead and you can see my screen as well. Okay, good. All right, well, good to be here. I've Just my talks about when new technologies, as they get integrated with power grids, uh, we like to see the what, why, where, when, and how much. And I know geothermal isn't necessarily a new technology, but it is a technology that's getting slated to increase, to ramp up and provide more power around the world. And it's a baseload technology. And one of the issues that I've been running into in the different areas that I've been working on in solar and storage and wind, as those technologies got introduced to power grids, is that currently the policymakers don't have a solution for us across all the world. They don't have a baseload solution. All they have is a renewables and a storage solution that they're putting forward. But most policymakers, that's not every one of them, at least California has 1,000 megawatts of non-weather dependent generation source. So there's some that are moving, but most of the world, it has quit talking about base load, totally stopped talking about base load, partly because base load is uncomfortable because it's tied to fossil fuel. And so then we can't talk about fossil fuel now, but somehow we got to talk about the grids and how to keep the grid stable and how to supply the energy to grids. The load factor in most grids is around 50%. So the minimum load is 50% of the peak load. So that means at least 50% of a grid's load, 40%, 50% needs to be supplied by base load. And currently, the objects that are being put forward before the world is solar, storage, and wind. And those together aren't base load. You can combine them and you can make base load, but that gets really expensive. And so that's what this talk is about, is to motivate the understanding on the grid side, the buy side, of generating electricity and transforming grids and not ending up with higher cost grid and lower reliability, because that seems to be the trend for grids that are taking on a lot of renewable energy. It seems like the cost to the ratepayer is going up and the reliability is going down, and the resiliency. That's what it feels like based on some of the characteristics that we see out there. For example, like the ERCOT brownout, there was wind offline and there was fossil offline. So the renewables people were saying it's all the fossil fault, and the fossil people were saying it's all the renewables fault. But if you look at both of them, neither one of them performed very well during that cold spell in ERCOT in 2021. So I'll jump into the slide deck. So one of the things that's going on is getting the power community, regulators and policymakers, to understand closed loop technology. I think most people kind of get the open loop and the conventional technology, but the closed loop technology isn't necessarily readily available for most people to understand what that actually really means. And so we've done just a little bit to say, and this is the what. What is it that we're talking about? And our understanding is that the closed loop technology has the potential to really tap a lot of energy, along with the conventional technologies. But this closed loop geothermal system, if you do a Google search on it, you have to be a geothermal engineer to figure it out, to be honest with you, is what we're finding. It's not necessarily readily available, the new emerging technologies on the geothermal side. So that's the what and the advantages of the what. So some things have changed. There's innovation that's taking place and there's potential. Obviously there needs to be pilots and different things to go to prove these technologies out. And then the why. Well, why is geothermal interesting? Partly it's because it can harness the heat generated by the Earth's core, making it renewable. The Earth's heat is continuously replenished, so it's renewable and it's sustainable. It's non-weather dependent. It's got a long lifespan compared to like solar and storage. If you take and you try to, what people will do is they'll show you the LCOE, the levelized cost of energy of solar. And then they'll get some people from another technology to come in and show their LCOEs. And then you'll say, oh, that solar LCOE looks really cheap compared to geothermal LCOE. But that's not the full equation. The full equation is producing 24-hour power 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And so you can't compare the two else. Would someone like to speak? Is somebody online? Getting a little bit of feedback noise. So you can't really compare a solar levelized cost of energy that's just going to be intermittent, and when the clouds fly by, it'll create energy, and it's wonderful, which is great, but it's not 24-hour power, and it's nowhere close to reliable power. Nowhere close. It's called variable renewable energy. It's not really, it's intermittent, okay? So we were taught for the last 20 years, 10 years to call it variable and things like that, because we wanted to stand back from the intermittency part of it. Low marginal renewable energy costs and baseload power. The grids of today are baseload power. Look at all the shocks that are happening to Europe. All these high prices coming out of France, prices we've never seen in all of our lifetimes. Of all the people as old as you are, the oldest person in the room, you haven't seen price shocks like what we're seeing in Europe right now. It's because they're short on energy. And you're going to see more and more price shocks coming in. But the policymakers have not fully embraced baseload. You can go document after document, country after country, and you see very little said on baseload. But you need baseload to run populations, large population centers. You need baseload, large dense population centers. Okay, and so then is the where. So I went through the what, the why, and now the where. Now, obviously, geothermal has some constraints that others don't. There's some preferred areas for it, some more advantageous areas. The west coast of the U.S. for geothermal power generation is what I'm thinking here, is what I'm expressing. And so the Ring of Fire, we've all heard about that. Obviously, I'm talking to the right crowd that knows where all the locations are at. The geothermal close to population, I would suggest that probably, given all the countries that are on the Ring of Fire, I would say you're probably down to one or two that have actually looked at it from an integrated resource plan point of view. That it's in strategically as part of their energy policy, it's identified as base load, it's identified as clean energy, and it's part of the plan. I would argue most of the countries, they don't really have that in place. Yet, they have it for solar, they have it for wind, they have it for storage, and they have it for fossil fuels, but not yet geothermal. So one of the ways that we did this, I've been very instrumental on a number of these technologies of getting them integrated, doing policy work to get policymakers to understand them, and then regulators of how to regulate them. And so I think there's still a lot of work to do on just basic education of policymakers as to what this geothermal is and how does it come into the energy mix, and then getting utilities and energy departments of countries to start to put bigger geothermal scenarios in their planning for long-term energy. Now, the wind, I think it's now. It's not just because I'm saying that, hey, there's shortages for power, but the reason why I think it's now is because to do more geothermal is because a 110 megawatt geothermal plant with a 91% capacity factor, you need to do 24/7 power. You need 550 megawatts of solar and 400 megawatts of 4-hour lithium-ion storage. Think about all the earth that's going to get torn up to make that. Think about the grid connections that are required to handle that. Think about the special protection systems, because connecting something that is 110 to a grid is a whole different connection cost than connecting something that's 550 megawatts. And so, and this 24/7 base load that's made with the solar plus storage, 550 megawatts of solar PV and 400 megawatt of 4-hour lithium-ion batteries, That gets you through all the good days of solar. But most places, when you do solar duration curves, you find that there's 60 to 70 days a year that the solar is useless. It's not there. And then there can be serially correlated days of one day that follows another day of bad solar production. And so you're left to pray for the sun to come back, or you're left to figure it out and get some base load in place. And I would suggest that getting some base load in place is going to get you further than praying, but we'll see. You know, so a lot of these island communities that are going full solar, if you look at their solar duration curve, capacity factors daily, you find 60, 70 days a year that it's not there. So what do? We shut the hospitals down, we shut the sewer down, we stop making trash on those days. I don't know, you know, that's kind of thing. So we need base load power, and we're not having enough discussion on it. And if you try to make base load power with solar and storage, you're going to end up paying more for that than you are for the geothermal by the time you put all the costs into place. And so I think that's the comparison that needs to be made. And I think we need to embrace base load because it's fundamental. Base load is not implying a fossil technology. Base load is a load characteristic. It's not a generation technology specific category. Base load is a characteristic of the load, the demand on the grid. And then how much? So it says across the world, 1.6 gigawatts of geothermal capacity was added in 2021. Impressive. With US 1.3, Indonesia, Turkey, Italy, and Mexico. The IEA shows this. It shows 2020. So of the amount of geothermal. And then by 2050, we're up to 250 gigawatts. Somewhere around there by the time you add it all up. And then there's different, the World Bank has an estimate and the Department of Energy of the United States has an estimate. Now I would argue all this stuff is small. 60 gigawatt by 2050, that looks pretty small to me. Even 200 gigawatt by 50 years. This looks like, these kind of curves are the curves we saw for storage when they first came out, for wind and for solar. They were always wrong, and it was always after we retire, all these technologies are going to be available, and there's going to be a lot of it. I would argue that for the geothermal people, this isn't a very big number compared to what's going on with solar, wind, and some of the other technologies, the amount of capacity. So any way to speed this up, you know, move this in time, because like I said, when it started with wind, then it was solar, and now it's storage, and now we're getting a few other technologies like geothermal, modular, nuclear, and hydrogen generation production. We're looking at those. Are those our solutions to be able to make baseload power? So, like I say, put this in perspective. When I've seen this over the last 25 years, when I see these curves, the first initial set, when people start getting at it, they're usually the same thing. Nothing now and a whole lot later, but we'll all be retired by then. And so we'll leave it for the kids to figure it out. And then for integrated resource planning, this is where I think it needs to come in. And this is how it comes in, how technologies come into all other utility planning, regulator frameworks, and policy frameworks. So it's usually an integrated resource plan. And there's things like, how much fuel savings do you save? So basically you feed in the capital costs, the load growth, the emission regulations, environmental regulations, the fuel price forecast, base load. Alternative analysis is optimization of the amount of capacity that the grid needs. Production cost is the operation of the grid, and then valuation would be of the geothermal. And so here's this is how regulators look at it, and I'm going to show you something interesting. You see fuel cost savings. How much fuel cost savings does that 110 megawatt geothermal plant create that I showed earlier? How much VOM savings in the grid? How much FOM? What's the FOM cost? The thermal generator capital costs. And then look at this. You could defer solar and storage. Now that's not popular to show up to conferences right now and say a baseload technology could defer the expensive solar plus storage technology. That's not a popular position to be in. But you can claim it. It is true. It used to be that your house was valued more if you had a big fat power pole out in front of it with a big transformer on it. That was back in like 40s or those kind of times. Now, if you have a big fat power pole in front of your house, that devalues your house. So what I'm trying to get at is right now we're really excited about solar and storage, but at some point we think about how do we defer that? How do we stop buying that stuff? What if there's something better that we can buy that will defer because of the capacity factors are so low, that kind of thing. Right now it's a key solution. It's a modular solution. It can show up on distribution feeders. It can do a lot of stuff for us for decarbonization, but it's not an end-all solution. And then the emission reduction. And so what you see in this list is you don't see the elements of the mousetrap. The mousetrap is we only need this much water. We only need to drill this far. We only need to cycle. We can get this much energy out. We can get this size. We can get this capacity factor. That's all the mousetrap. And that's what you want to sell as the geothermal technologies. But when you come to regulatory compacts and how you get in to the process, it's more metrics like these that regulate, and it has nothing to do with the technology itself often. It's what impacts is that technology on the grid. And I'll end with, most regulators and policymakers really are supposed to be, the regulator is not the policymaker, but the regulator is supposed to be designing least cost for minimum reliability standards. So whatever we've decided as a society what the minimum reliability standard is, then what's the least cost to achieve that? And so currently, that's how the regulator thinks, is what's the least cost. So if you can do deferrals, like defer a transmission line, then that's great. And you don't have to buy it, and you can just put in a generator, and you don't have to buy a transmission line, put a generator beside a city, and you don't have to string a transmission line to it. That's a deferral. Remember, transmission at one point was a beloved technology. When it first came out, it was a sign of wealth, a sign of strength. Now it's not quite considered that way often. It's like a necessary evil to hold grids together in some ways. Some people see it a little different, but it's one of these things that helps hold the grid together. And so with that, I thank you. This is the what, why, where, when, and how much on geothermal.
Mafalda Miranda, she obtained an undergrad degree in geology and a master's in geoscience at the University of Coimbra, Portugal. Her master's degree focused on characterizing the thermodynamical properties of granitic rocks in the context of Portugal, geothermal energy. She worked on research as a research assistant for 2.5 years at the National Radioactive Laboratory at the University of Coimbra, where she continued her research on geothermal energy. Mafalda earned a PhD in Earth Science at INRS in Quebec, working on assessing the geothermal energy potential of northern Quebec. She's currently a postdoctoral fellow at INRS, working under the supervision of Professor Raymond, conducting research on geothermal energy for remote northern communities. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you everyone. I'm delighted to be here today to talk about research that we've been doing at INRS for northern communities. So I'm going to show a map that you've been seeing for a few times this morning. So when we look at the heat flow map of Canada, it is clear that the Canadian Shield is the least known geological province in terms of its geothermal potential. And the main reason is that since the shield is mainly composed by exposed old crystalline rocks, mostly gneisses and granites, Archean and to Paleoproterozoic in age, and there is almost no thermal blankets, the Canadian Shield is often assumed the least interesting region in terms of geothermal development. So as there is almost no data on the Canadian Shield, exploring resources there ends up being a high-risk lottery game, right? So choosing to drill or not is basically choosing whether or not to participate in a lottery with certain chances of winning a prize, which is drilling and find good potential. However, this lottery also involves chances of losing money, which is drilling into the Canadian Shield and find no geothermal potential at all. However, there are near 100 off-grid communities that are located on the Canadian Shield that could benefit from geothermal resources to increase their energy security. And in fact, heating insecurity has been a concern raised by many off-grid communities, and geothermal resources could be an alternative to the diesel. However, if on one hand the reliance on diesel has important economic, social, and environmental impacts, on the other hand, we have geothermal resources that, despite being relatively affordable, reliable, and environmentally friendly, there is still an important uncertainty when assessing the deep geothermal potential of the Canadian Shield associated with the lack of data, and of course that acquiring the data that we need to decrease this uncertainty has an important cost. So this leads us to, oh damn it, there is a problem there. Okay, so this leads to the question of how to reduce this drilling lottery uncertainty in an affordable manner to off-grid communities. And we use the community of Kujwak as an example. I'm so sorry about this. This was a mistake I made last night, and I didn't realize there was some superposition of slides. So when we start the project in Kujwak, the only data that we had available were basically outcrops, where we collected rock samples for laboratory analysis, and we also collect fracture data from those outcrops. We also had one 80-meter deep well where we measure temperature profile to estimate the geothermal gradient, and then, of course, most of the research was based on the scarce literature data that we could find. So considering that this scarce information that we had, we decided to carry out our estimates using uncertainty quantification approaches. And these ultimately helped us understanding the qualitative value of each information source. So, from the temperature profile that we measure, we developed a numerical approach to estimate the heat flow as a function of the paleoclimate history of the region and the variability of the thermal properties of the outcrop rocks. And we saw that the most impact was the variability of the thermal properties. We also tried to understand how was the impact of the saturation degree of the rock samples on the heat flow, and there is a huge impact. So we can see in A on the orange square is if we consider the rocks at a dry state, and then the B is if we consider the rocks in a saturated state, so that changes a lot the heat flow. And then we also saw if there is an impact. If we consider the temperature and pressure dependence of thermal conductivity, how that will impact the heat flow, and there is almost a negligible impact on that side. So, and then in terms of EGS development and performance, because we are in crystalline rocks, so EGS seems the best alternative for the community. So we studied several aspects on that could impact the development of EGS. So what we see in these plots is the effect of the spatial distribution of the fractures. So we basically collect fractures from the outcrops. We generate stochastic fracture network models, and then Since they are stochastic, the distribution of the fractures change, and we try to assess how that spatial distribution could impact our models. And as we can see from these results, there is a slight impact on the stochasticity of the system has a small impact on EGS development and performance. After that, we tried, we collected fracture data from several scales, from the satellite image scale to the outcrop scale to the core scale. The core scale was a little bit tricky to work on because the fractures are very small, so we end up neglecting that. So what we can see in those plots right there is like, for example, in scenario 1A and 1B, is that if we have fractures from satellite image, we can see that if the network is basically constructed from satellite image data, there is a lot of, it's really nice to, because we have long fractures, but there is a lot of short circuiting after a while in the system. But on the other hand, if we only use the outcrop data where the fractures were really, really small because of scanline sampling and other issues, censoring issues, it was really hard to actually do effective hydraulic simulation. And then on scenario 3A to 3C, what we did was to combine the satellite information with the outcrop and then try to model our DFN and our EGS, and then also we played a little bit with the spacing with the fractures. Then we also tried different, so we don't know the actual stress field magnitudes, right? So we played with the available stress data online, and we can see that if we have a very high stress field, like for example A, it was really difficult to develop, numerically developing an EGS. On the other hand, if we are in the case of stress B, where the magnitude was a little bit, larger differential magnitude between the stresses, and it was way easier to develop our EGS, and of course this has all impact on the performance over time. And then we also tested different fracture frictional properties to understand if we have fractures that that don't behave well during hydraulic stimulation versus fractures that are more weak and that will open and shear easily, and how that affects. And of course, if we are like in a weak fracture scenario, let's say, it's easier to develop an EGS from there. So after that, we combine all the information, and we figure out that, in fact, the geothermal gradient should be the first information source that we should look at, because it has the highest impact on the development of geothermal projects in the Canadian Shield. So based on CUJUAC information, with only the outcrop data and the 80-meter deep well, we saw that the geothermal gradient could range from 9 to 41 degrees Celsius per kilometer. It's a huge range of uncertainty. And this means that if the geothermal gradient is 9 degrees Celsius per kilometer, there is no geothermal potential. But on the other hand, if we go, if it's 20, there is potential for space heating at depths of 3 or more kilometers. And then if we go at the maximum that we were able to estimate, 41 degrees Celsius per kilometer, there might be potential for electricity generation and space heating. I don't know what happened with my PowerPoint. I really apologize for what's happening here. I have no idea what happened. So what we see is that if we have a EGS kind of system in a scenario of a geothermal gradient of about 20 degrees per kilometer, we have potential for space heating, and the levelized cost of energy is it's more or less of what the community is paying right now using the diesel or the oil furnaces. But if we have a geothermal gradient of about 41 degrees Celsius per kilometer, meaning winning a huge prize in the lottery game, And if we could produce space heating and electricity from an EGS kind of system, the levelized cost of energy is way lower than what the community is paying right now using the diesel power plants. So what we see is that, OK, with no information at all, we have 3 possible scenarios. There is the scenario A with no geothermal potential, the scenario B with there might be potential for space heating, and the scenario C, which means winning a huge prize in the lottery game, where there is potential for space heating and electricity. But now it comes the question of, what about if we have data, right? Which scenario would actually prevail? So luckily, we're very lucky. There was a well that Chosma mentioned in his presentation that was drilled in the fall of 2021. It's a 240 meters deep well. It's not deep, but it's better than an 80-meter well, right? And with that well, we were able to reduce the uncertainty of the geothermal gradient that before was 9 to 41 degrees Celsius per kilometer. And right now, we were able to say that we are in the base case scenario that we have from the 80-meter deep well. And we have a geothermal gradient range of 20 to 22 degrees Celsius per kilometer. It's not winning the lottery with a big prize, but it's actually very interesting for a community that is 100% that relies 100% on diesel. So with this new well, we're able to see that there might be potential for space heating applications at a depth of 3 to 4 kilometers. We believe that we are able to meet the whole community heating demands over an entire year. And the levelized cost of energy can be lower or comparable to what the community is paying right now with the oil furnaces. It all depends if we're able to reduce drilling costs in the north and also the surface installations, of course. So since information is very important in the north, we are right now compiling and developing a Northern Rock Properties database. And the idea is to collect information from wells that we are working on. For example, we have the Kujwak well. We are now working on Baker Lake with the Respect to get some core and to do some analysis. So the idea will be to compile all of this information in a database that will be available for everyone to use. So we're going to have the samples ID, some information about the samples, the sizes, and all of that, and then the several lab analyses that we did and we're gonna do with those rock samples. So we're gonna have information about the thermal properties using different devices and at different saturation degree. We're going to have the radiogenic elements, hydraulic properties, mechanical properties, electromagnetic properties. So as you can see, it's going to be a huge database that it's being developed right now. And yeah, if you would like to contribute to this database, we'll be more than happy to get your data and put it online with the data that we have. So basically, to assess this database, it's not yet online. It will be, but it's going to be held on Borealis, which is I'm almost done. So it's a database for Canadian universities. So basically, you assess Borealis, you go to INRS, you go to the database of Jasmin Raymond, then you go to the rock properties database, and from there on, you're going to have information about Kujwak, Baker Lake, Carmax, Whitehorse, and many other places if we're going to, as long as we get the data with us. So with this, I say thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess the final presentation before we move into panel discussions by Professor Camelia Atefi Mofaret. which is online. Correct? Okay. So she is an associate professor in the Civil Engineering Department at York University since August 2020. She was an assistant professor at the University of Buffalo for 4 years and completed her master's, PhD, and postdoctoral studies at the University of Waterloo. She's an alumni of Waterloo. She has over 50 years of research experience in computational geomechanics for production or storage of energy and water. Her current research is focused on geomechanics of coupled processes in porous media. She has multiple grants, publications, and invited talks. Dr. Tev is an editor, an editorial board member of the Canadian Geomechanical Journal, the secretary of a technical committee on energy geomechanics of the International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geomechanical Engineering, and a member of the ASCE Rock Mechanics and Sustainability in Geomechanical Engineering Committees.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm extremely excited to be here to talk about our research and the contributions that we have had on the geothermal energy basically field. Today I would like to talk about basically the geomechanical aspect of extracting thermal energy from geothermal reservoirs, and a bit talk about considerations that we need to incorporate, how to optimize the production strategies, how to design sustainable geothermal systems, and in order to make sure how to minimize or mitigate the potential geo-environmental impacts that such productions could have through long-term use of the geothermal reservoirs. I'm going to be also talking about the significance of advanced computational modeling and the contributions that these tools, the important play that these tools will have in this field. The work that I'm going to be talking about today is in collaboration with my former PhD student, who is currently an assistant professor at Southwest University in China. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. The presentation that I'll be talking about today has two main parts. I'm going to talk about coupled thermal hydraulic mechanical processes in geothermal reservoirs, basically the geomechanical implications, and then the second part is going to be talking about a potential problem that is very common and reported in the literature, especially during enhanced geothermal system, which is clogging and formation damage. Geothermal reservoirs basically is a relatively porous formation that is surrounded by impermeable sealing rocks. Typically involves basically injection wells and production wells. The reason that we would like to have injection wells in such systems, even though if the reservoir is water dominant, maybe in the short term it's not going to be needed. The reason is, first of all, to balance out some potential geo-environmental impacts, such as ground subsidence, which I'm going to talk about in the next slides. Another major application of having injection boreholes is when we extract the water from the geothermal reservoir and utilize the heat. One way to store this basically wastewater now is to pump it back into the reservoir, and also it will help with a long-term production of water-dominant geothermal reservoirs to avoid drying out during long term. So therefore, as you could see, we have such systems, which are referred to as enhanced geothermal systems, mainly involve injection boreholes as well as production boreholes. So looking more into depth into the geomechanical aspect of the processes that could be involved, you could see when we do injection, we are actually introducing large volumes of fluids into the reservoir rock. These fluids will result into volumetric expansion of the rock, which will generate forces and high stresses on the interface between the wellbore and the reservoir, as well as the reservoir and the sealing layers that are protecting the geothermal reservoirs. So this could impact the sealing integrity and result into leakage and wellbore breakout. Also, any kind of deformations in the subsurface that we are generating is going to result into upheaval of the ground surface. An example is the ground deformations that were reported in the Rianki geothermal field in New Zealand. As you could see here, over 50 years of geothermal activity in this field, there were over 15 meters of ground subsidence recorded, the maximum 15 meters of ground subsidence recorded on the surface, which is a substantial amount. And this could definitely impact our infrastructure, impact also the whole equipment and the setup for the geothermal enhancement system. Another potential impact is that if we are injecting in tight reservoirs with very low permeability, which could be the case, as Professor Tussol also mentioned earlier today, we could generate man-made earthquakes or seismicity. An example is a 5.5 earthquake magnitude, which was reported in South Korea in 2017. And it was concluded that it was because of an enhanced geothermal system that was being carried out in the vicinity of the field. So what we want to do is to maximize the enhancement, basically the heat production during these operations, through minimizing any kind of unwanted geoenvironmental impacts that could, in the long term, impact the whole operation. And to do so, we need to be able to predict any changes in the pressures, in the stresses, and in the temperatures in the reservoir rock. So there comes the significance of advanced computational modeling. So the involved mechanism in geothermal systems involves coupling between mechanical processes, hydraulic processes, and thermal processes. So we could have any kind of, as I mentioned, changes in the pore pressure will result changes into the stress. Any kind of changes in the stress will result into volumetric changes. And on the other hand, it's going to go back and impact our pore pressures. We will have impact of pressures on temperature distributions. There are certain thermal processes that is going to impact, on the other hand, the mechanical response of the rock. And all these processes are tightly coupled and extremely complex to be able to incorporate. In addition to the traditional THM processes that are common in many types of formations, as soon as we are dealing with lower permeable formations, we could have some other additional processes involved, such as thermal filtration, which is basically the analogous to the Meccano-Carlo effect or the Duffo effect in some solutions. We have thermal filtration, which is thermal osmosis, which is similar to the Soret effect. And we could have heat sinks or heat sources that are generated because of the solid formation of the reservoir rock. So these will make even the process a little more complex. When we inject the fluid into the reservoir rock, what we are doing is that we're injecting a colder fluid, especially with regards to the enhanced geothermal systems. So this temperature difference mainly could not balance out immediately, especially in the vicinity of the wellbore. Therefore, we will not have identical temperatures of the in situ fluids and the solid at the same time. And these temperature gradients could be critical and cause local thermal non-equilibrium, as well as additional stresses that could impact the processes involved. Another aspect that we need to be mindful of, and it has been widely reported in the literature, is basically formation damage or permeability damage because of enhanced geothermal systems. If you think of a reservoir rock as a porous formation, it has the saturated fluid phase there. It is typically reported that we will have a high concentration of in situ fine particles that are just situated within the pore spaces. So what's going to happen is as soon as we do any kind of injection or any kind of production, we are basically messing up with the balance that is present in the reservoir. We are changing the pore pressure, we are inducing flow, we are changing temperatures, we are changing the ionic strength of the fluids in the reservoir. And therefore, this will result into basically instability of these in situ fines. So if you look at the fine particle that is situated on the solid grain of the rock, there are forces of uplift force, gravity force, drag force, and electrostatic force, which will be, and this balance will be disturbed as a result of any kind of injection or production activity in the reservoir rock. So as soon as we disturb this balance, the particles is gonna start to detach from the surface, it's gonna move through the pores, and then further down along, they're gonna get stuck in thinner pores into the porous rock. So what this will do is it's gonna generate clogging. And that is reported to be a major problem in geothermal systems. There is a lot of complications, as I mentioned, in terms of modeling such processes. The THM alone is very complex, yet along incorporating the impact of the in situ fine particles that is there, because the in situ fine particles, as soon as they become mobilized, they're gonna get strained into the smaller pore size particles. They're gonna damage the permeability. Changes in the permeability will result into an increase or a decrease in pore pressure, depending if you are doing injection or production, and therefore impact the whole THM system. So the goal here is for our team, what we have been looking at is to look at, first of all, non-traditional thermal effects, which is much more substantial in lower permeable rocks, looking how the THM processes and the coupling effect of them with fine particle liberation impacts the whole efficiency of the geothermal production. So just, I would like to present just some quick equations here. I'm not gonna obviously go over them, just to show you the background behind the models and the codes that we develop. They're traditional constitutive models, pore pressure equations, heat and fluid flux, heat energy conservation, enthalpy density. As you could see, these equations contain both the temperature of the solid phase and the fluid phase. So we are incorporating this heat transfer that is happening in situ between the two phases of the rock. At the end of the day, once the model is developed, there are limited resources available online for us to be able to obtain data in large scale to be able to verify those models. And once the models are verified, we can actually utilize them in order to design optimum geothermal operations. So one of those data resources is from Atlas tests conducted basically in boom clay, 203, 23 meters deep. And this was done in Belgium back in the 1980s. So the significance of this operation is that they have this low permeable clay. They dug a horizontal borehole there. They installed heaters to see how generating temperature gradients in this low permeable formation will generate pore pressures and temperatures, and how it's gonna evolve in 4 years. So the results of the numerical models are actually very promising, incorporating these non-traditional thermal effects and the impact of local thermal non-equilibrium heat transfer. So as you could see, if you use traditional models, it's impossible to be able to capture these very, very high pore pressures that are generated, especially early on during the whole operation. However, using these non-conventional models, and incorporating this heat transfer between the in situ fluids enables us to be able to predict these complexities. Again, another impact regarding the significance of incorporating local thermal non-equilibrium states, especially at early times. You can see if you are looking at very, very early times where there is heat transfer happening between the cold fluid that is being injected into the geothermal reservoir and the hot rock. We are actually generating very high pressures that in the long term is going to dissipate and disappear. So if we miss that, we could actually be missing short-term failure that could happen early on during the production operation. So I'm going to move on to show basically stress responses and how different they could be during, first of all, if we are having hot water injection versus a cold water injection. In the enhanced geothermal system, we will be looking at on the right-hand side graph, and the stress response in the rock in the vicinity of the wellbore. And you could see the Davidic stresses that are being generated as a result of this temperature gradient are extremely different, incorporating all the involved processes. And you can see we could totally be missing a dilation that could happen versus a compaction that we would expect typically to see under such conditions. So basically, there are two very quick conclusions for the first part of the presentations, which is incorporation of the non-traditional thermal effects and the transient behavior of the rock and its interaction with the in-situ fluids is very, very important because it could tell us about early failure and high pore pressures that typically we could miss because it would dissipate over time. Once the first part is established, now moving forward to the second part, as soon as we are injecting flow into the rock, we could be mobilizing in situ fines. And these fines, as I mentioned earlier, they're gonna go and get stocked and strained in thinner porous spaces further down into the rock and generate a cake formation, what they refer to, or a clogging zone. So again, the objective of the model is to be able to predict how much of a permeability damage we're going to be generating, what is the extent of the permeability damage, and basically what are the underlying mechanism, how it's going to be formed. So in this case, we're going to have even more complex processes that needs to be incorporated. We need to be able to predict the concentration of the in-situ fines, the mobilized fines, and the strained fines, and how the permeability is changing over time as a result of the injection process in enhanced geothermal systems. And this can be achieved through very complicated finite element models. After verifying the models, we then utilize them in order to predict basically the impact of fine migration and formation damage on actual in-situ pore pressures. And as you could see, after here are pore pressure distributions with the distance from the wellbore. At early times, we see a bit of a higher pore pressure. However, as the time is proceeding, 1 hour into the injection, we are seeing pretty much over 60% higher pore pressures generated into the reservoirs if we have fine migration and permeability damage happening. Which ignoring these could be extremely substantial. Here in this plot, I'm going to be showing basically how the attached fine particles will basically change and evolve over time. The concentration of them is going to drop pretty rapidly surrounding the wellbore. They become suspended, and finally they become strained. And as you could see, the location where the permeability damage happens the most is within the vicinity of the wellbore, and it can propagate in just 2 hours, 10 times the radius of the wellbore, which is not a small, insignificant zone. In this slide, I'm presenting permeability damages that could happen surrounding the injection wellbore, as well as surrounding the production wellbore. So in case of the fluid injection, you could see these dotted lines. We have a significant drop immediately happening at the wellbore, and is again concentrated mainly in the vicinity. Under production, however, this drop is more substantial. And the reason is that when we are doing injection into the reservoir, we are actually helping the rock to dilate a bit and therefore somehow compensate for the impact of the straining and mitigate that in the zone immediately surrounding the wellbore. However, during production, both the direction of the flow as well as the migration of the fine particles are contributing to the clogging process. So this could be significant over time. So what we would like to ideally do as a takeaway for this presentation is that the fine migrations and the permeability damage could substantially affect the sustainability and basically the optimum production rate for in geothermal systems. They could generate much higher pore pressures during injection, which could result into wellbore breakout and seal rock breakage. It could also result into lowering production pressures surrounding the wellbore, surrounding the production wellbore, which is again an unwanted effect because we want to have the highest production pressures to optimize the process. And these impacts has to be incorporated. So as a takeaway, Understanding of the thermal, hydraulic, mechanical response of geothermal reservoirs are extremely important for the design of sustainable enhanced geothermal systems, and will help us actually to determine what is the extent of the permeability damage zone, which mitigation strategies to choose in order to declog what is happening surrounding when the zone surrounding the borehole. There are so many different techniques. However, to choose the optimum one based on an actual understanding of the extent and the density of the damage would help us a lot in order to come up with more sustainable and long-term production strategies. And thank you very much for your attention.
And we'll move on to the second half of today's session, where we will have subjects that are a little, shall we say, a little bit less academic. This morning we had, a dominance of the academic side of things. And don't assume that I'm, dismissing academia and its importance. We heard issues such as lack of educated people in this area, right? New technologies, optimization, artificial intelligence, all these things are subjects that in academia we're trying to work on and develop in order to make perhaps somewhat more likely the possibility that geothermal in the north can help solve the energy reliability and environmental issues that we have. And there's no guarantee that we can provide, the solution. Dr. Canizares has left, so I can, say all kinds of lies about him. But he will confirm, I assure you, in a moment of weakness, that there is no single answer in the north. It is going to be community dependent, climate dependent, location dependent. Transportation has to be taken into account. Like I said, we cannot make jet fuel from geothermal energy. So we're still going to be dependent upon fossil fuels for the foreseeable future for some of our energy needs in the north. So this afternoon we take a little bit of a different direction and we go more towards having speakers that come from these communities in the north and having people who represent different branches of society, like the federal government, as well as some contractor doers that are actually drilling holes in the field. So these are different directions that we all consider to be important. So the first conversation here that we're going to have is with Sean Day. If you can come forward here and start getting ready to climb up onto the podium. Oh, there you are. Okay. There you go. I'm looking over at that empty table there. Right. So he's a geologist with the Barclay Project Group. And the Barclay Project Group is the group that is doing engineering work for the Tudenka project south of Fort Nelson, if I remember correctly, as well as looking at the other projects in the northern part of British Columbia and into the Northwest Territories and the Yukon. He graduated from the University of Alberta, yay, University of Alberta, and is a member of the Big Stone Cree Nation. He has been working on geological programs and drilling programs in northeastern British Columbia and the Western Canada Sedimentary Basin for a lot of his career. And he also has his dirt under his fingernails, I understand. Is that correct? Yes, all right. So here is somebody with dirt underneath their fingernails. Please.
Okay, thank you. So, AJ, I'll let you introduce yourself as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Angus James Capablanc. I'm a proud band member of Etchedeniko First Nation, Treaty 11 territory. I'm from a small, isolated community called Fort Liard, Northwest Territories. My community is powered by a diesel generator for electricity. We're currently exploring geothermal resources to reduce our reliance on diesel. It took me 6 hours to drive here from my community to the nearest airport just to catch a flight to get here, so it means a lot to be here and speak to you all.
So, I will begin our talk with a land acknowledgement. I live in Comox, British Columbia. Just moved there from Edmonton, quite an upgrade. So I would just respectfully like to acknowledge that the land I live, work, and play on in Comox, BC, is on the unceded traditional territory of the Comox First Nation. This is the traditional keepers of their land. And I would also like to acknowledge that we have the opportunity to gather today on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe. This land is situated on the Haldimand Tract, the land granted to the Six Nations that includes 6 miles on each side of the Grand River. So we're going to use this presentation as kind of a how-to guide and best practices guide on engaging Northern and Indigenous communities from both a community perspective that AJ will give and a consultation perspective that I'll give working with Barclay Project Group. Go ahead.
Okay. So, a lot of big companies go straight to First Nation leaders for approval and not the community members. That's where the conflict arises between the community and outside companies in the First Nation communities, due to the lack of communication to the First Nation members. Immediately, trust is gone and relationships are damaged. First Nation people are very connected with the land, with the animals, and the waters, such as rivers and lakes. So whenever a company from the big cities from down south starts working on First Nation land, it is crucial for them to make that first contact with the community, with having a nice to meet you feast or a kickoff event. This helps to gain the community's trust and tell them about the work that they're doing on their land. Because it could be someone's trap line where they go traditional hunting, or they have a cabin where they can make that connection with the land, or it's the migration trail of the animals in the area. It's the little stuff that matters to us, First Nation people. With this geothermal exploration project happening in Fort Liard on Etchell-Denny Cove First Nation land, which we'll be presenting in a later talk, the nation will have 100% ownership of the plant and the resources. That means we could do whatever we want with it. We could heat the homes of in the community, build greenhouses, build fisheries, and industrial processes. For Etchell-Denny Cove First Nation, I think we can create a new revenue stream in the community. The nation could look at geothermal tourism. ADK can build a hot spring, build a spa, even small steam houses, so we could take advantage of this underground heat, which is 24/7 and is reliable. We know we have the geothermal energy potential underneath the community, but we can't do anything with it until it's converted to an energy source. And that's when it becomes valuable to us. But with it in its raw form, it's relatively useless and non-marketable. I know geothermal energy will be a game changer for First Nation communities in Canada. Since First Nation people are so used to fossil fuels and firewood, having that energy source in our community and not trucking in diesel will increase our energy security. Once First Nation people know geothermal energy is from underground, they will start taking more notice of it because it's from the land. Not using fossil fuels for electricity or heating homes can mean cleaner air, cleaner water, and a sustainable lifestyle. The image on the right is a geothermal powered house in Chena, Alaska. Geothermal powered greenhouses are a huge opportunity for the North and food security. As I said before, First Nation people, we are very connected with the land and the water. Archaeological evidence suggests that the early uses of geothermal occurred over 10,000 years ago, where First Nation people were drawn to hot springs for spiritual and practical reasons. This is a connection that we want to maintain today. To move forward with big projects in First Nation communities, everyone has a right to voice their concerns and opinions. It's their land, the land where their ancestors were raised and put to rest, the land where they go hunt for their traditional needs, where stories were created and still being passed on for the last 100 years or so. Stuff like that is what companies should take notice of or think of before doing anything on First Nation land. It does not matter if it's one person or 100 people against the project. It's what the land holds, the cultural value, the traditional value to the First Nation people. Myself, I'm very connected to my culture. I often travel around Northwest Territories, Yukon, BC, doing cultural events, playing traditional hand games, doing drum dances, and gaining cultural knowledge from elders from other First Nation communities. And I try to implement it back to my community. As a young person with many years ahead, I feel like it's never too early to start thinking about the next generation, because our decisions today will affect them in the long run. The two images on the left is myself participating in traditional hand game tournaments, and the map on the right shows locations where I've traveled or will be traveling from Fort Liard to play traditional hand games, participate in traditional drumming, and share my culture.
So we really have been witnessing a changing landscape for geothermal exploration and development over the last few years. We're seeing capacity building funding through provincial and federal governments, which has been great to employ local people in the community and in the projects. We've seen organizations like Geothermal Canada helping raise the profile, education, and awareness of the industry across the country. I'll just give this guy a minute. We're also seeing great Indigenous-led and focused organizations related to renewable energy education, development, and funding, ones like Indigenous Clean Energy, and also with Ilatus, which is an Indigenous-focused access for Indigenous rural and remote communities to obtain Government of Canada funding and resources for clean energy initiatives. For anyone who frequents workshops or conferences such as this, they'll also know there's a lot of great young leaders that are in the renewable energy space. But that's not to say that we're in a perfect system yet. There are some shortfalls when it comes to budget allocation we see. The amount of money that's allocated towards training and community engagement could always increase. There's also, like we've talked about, no geothermal regulations in place in the territories that are governing geothermal. But this isn't necessarily the only obstacle that we see. Policy support is also key for geothermal at an early stage where there isn't an established industry and private players are not looking to invest in what we can consider risky or long-term ventures that the governments are able to do. Other obstacles can be raised if policy is not well informed and carefully drafted, such as the exclusion of geothermal projects that co-produce gas from the federal investment tax credit, as almost any well drilled in the Western Canadian Sedimentary Basin will produce some amount of gas, and it can really be quite useful to use while it's there, and that you see that in the Swan Hills project with their co-production potential. So from a consultation perspective, when engaging Northern and Indigenous communities, just what's important and what do we see? Well, recent history has seen negative effects for these Indigenous communities from resource development in and around their traditional territories. Indigenous defenses are up when a developer comes to the community and they see any red flags that you're going to possibly present. So just how do we overcome this? We need to build trust and friendships with people in the community. And this relationship and trust building really does take time. So what this can lead to is project ownership by First Nations, which is an opportunity for economic reconciliation. We will keep the value in the community and employ local when possible. And maybe I'm making this sound easy, but really it isn't. Building trust is hard. Sometimes a business, trust can maybe come naturally, but these northern communities are rightfully skeptical of our intentions. When we're engaging in the community, it's important to engage with different demographics and working schedules. And really, working schedules is something that can't be overlooked. Many people in these communities work camp shift work, they work away, they work evenings, they work odd hours. And if events that we're having for community engagement events are only held in the evenings, especially when these people are always away and always working, you're never going to engage with these people. So you need to be thinking outside of the box when you're doing community engagement. And the only way to ensure community ownership is through doing community engagement. So geothermal offers a unique opportunity. Natural resource production and extraction has typically led to an export of wealth from these regions. And this has led to these communities having to deal with a continuous boom and bust cycle across multiple industries, not just the oil and gas industry. But we do have an opportunity here. There's an opportunity to be employing community liaisons with this capacity building funding that's available. And these are local hires who live in the community that know the land, people, and culture better than any consultant ever could. We need to be shifting the focus for geothermal from electricity to energy. And of course, we really have but this is also focusing on district scale heating, it's focusing on tourism and other value-added components. We need to be acknowledging the possibility of smaller scale development, not just focusing on the megawatt scale, but also smaller scale development that can just be helping individual communities. So what is this unique opportunity that geothermal has? AJ did allude to this. The resource must be processed and utilized locally. If it's to be exported, it's highly processed and such highly valuable. So by being turned into electrons for electricity, processed into critical minerals or agricultural products, that value is now brought back to the community. So this raw heat or geothermal brine can't be exported. So much of that community resource opportunity is retained in the community in what we see as a vertically integrated economy with indigenous ownership at every single step along the way. So what are some tools and tips that we find works well for community engagement? It's really pretty simple. Like, don't rush the trips when you go up north. Don't just cram in community visits so you can check off the box that you went there. Buy flex fares when traveling and say yes when invited to participate. This is like really something that's important. I've had opportunities when I've been visiting communities where I was supposed to leave on a flight, but then a group of guys are heading up north or heading up the river on a boat, and they asked me to come along. These are awesome memories, and it helps build these relationships and this trust. So what are some primary tools to engage with communities that we find works well? Community meetings, newsletters, school programs, elder programs, steering committees and working committees that are made up of people in the community. That photo on the right is of a school program that we ran in Watson Lake, Yukon, where we went into the school. It was the elementary school for this one. Each grade came down. We taught them about geothermal, about renewable energy, played a bunch of games, gave away a bunch of prizes. One of the best days of my career so far, for sure. So what are some questions we need to be asking ourselves? How can we assist communities to be self-sufficient in energy? How can we assist communities to improve the quality of life along with their economic circumstances? How can we assist communities to develop their capacity to direct and manage their energy security? This isn't just about helping, it's about assisting to help these communities grow. So we want to assist them to grow capacity within these communities to ensure that they will be the preferred developer for geothermal resources within their traditional territory while helping them achieve energy security for future generations. That's the goal. So what does successful community engagement look like? It's a transfer of geothermal resource knowledge and understanding. It's a transfer of possible opportunity knowledge and understanding. It's enhancing the community's sense of resource ownership and pride. It's enable community-driven direction, not us telling the community this is what we're going to do. It's the community saying this is what we want to do. How do we do it? It's the development of long-term community vision going forward, and also the building of long-term trust and relationships so we can all work together to accomplish this. So thank you. That is the end of our presentation.
If I may, if we could have a moment of silence, and if you guys could stand up. Back at home in Fort Liard, we're having the funeral for one of the fallen firefighters in the community. He passed away last week, so have a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean and Angus. We will reserve questions. There's a small token of our appreciation. We will be reserving questions for a bit of a panel towards the end of the day. Excuse me. And in addition to the Fort Liard resident who was working on the fires that passed away, we have also had a pilot and a young 19-year-old student who have met early deaths during the firefighting in Western Canada. It's a tough job, and I think it's fair to say that even though we might hear about Fort McMurray and we might hear about Slave Lake, it's actually the indigenous communities that suffer the largest impact for these types of events. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, Angus. All right. Andrew, are you with someone today, or are you presenting alone?
My colleague is going to start off. She's remote, and then I'll take
All right.
over.
In that case, I'll
through.
introduce both of you, right?
Yep.
So Andrew works in Ottawa with CanMet Energy, and they're trying to, push us all forward towards clean energy technologies. They have an extensive laboratory in their group that is being used to study issues related to CO2 storage, hydrogen storage, geothermal energy storage as heat in the ground as well. He is going to stand up here in front of you, but he is joined online by Emma. Emma Wildeboer. She's a technical advisor with the Renewable and Electrical Energy Division of NRCan. And she's focusing on developing evidence-based programs and policy to support Canada's transformation to an energy system that becomes an electricity grid system that becomes net zero by 2050. She's a chemical engineer, and she works in hydrogen and energy storage and geothermal energy. So Andrew, could you please come on up here and give us your presentation? Emma's going to start. How do we do that, Armagon?
Okay, great. So hi, I'm Emma, and I work with the Renewable and Electrical Energy Division of Natural Resources Canada. So today, my colleague Andrew and I are going to present on NRCan's activities in rural, remote, and diesel-reliant communities, and the role for geothermal energy in these applications. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge that I'm speaking today from BC on the unceded traditional territory of the Coast Salish people. So my intent behind this acknowledgement is to extend my respect and gratitude for the land that I get to call home, and also, again, to highlight the important context of reconciliation to the work that we're talking about today. So there are going to be three parts to our presentation today. First, I'll provide some background, then Andrew will briefly discuss the various renewable energy options and their current state of development for remote communities, and then I'll conclude with what Natural Resources Canada is doing to advance their development and deployment. Before we go further, I'll just quickly define what we mean by a centralized versus a rural or remote grid. So centralized grids are used by the majority of Canadians, but they don't extend across all of Canada. They're typically supported by a series of large generators through highly interconnected transmission and distribution systems. In contrast, rural and remote grids have either almost no or completely no connection to the North American power grid. Most provinces will have all three types of these grids under their jurisdiction. So this map shows the distribution of rural, remote, and Indigenous communities across Canada. The majority, around 60% of rural and remote grids, are located in Indigenous communities. Most use diesel, but we do see a few other options, including hydro, shown in orange. Other alternatives include natural gas, as well as connecting to provincial or territorial grids, but these are not options everywhere. It's also important to consider heat demand in rural communities, which can account for 2 to 4 times as much diesel usage as electricity, depending on the location. So this figure shows the estimated cost of retrofitting buildings to reduce heat by about 55% in off-grid communities. The colors just show the different latitudes, and the scale of the dots is proportional to the estimated cost of retrofits. The main point here is that energy efficiency is a really important part of this discussion, and increasingly so as you go further north. So the context and operational realities for clean energy projects operating in rural settings is different from projects being developed on more centralized grids. Smaller projects have relatively larger impacts in small communities. So first, there's topics of reconciliation that need to be thoughtfully considered. So that means researching the history of the community, understanding their inherent land rights, and finding ways to respect those rights in meaningful ways in present day. And for us in programming, it means trying to prioritize Indigenous-led projects as much as possible, or community-led projects as much as possible, just depending on the location. So on remote grids, there is a very clear connection between social well-being and power, and that's why self-reliance really matters. I think geothermal could be a good technology for addressing those needs in the future. Note, self-reliance also means building capacity to deliver these projects using local labor as much as possible, so that training piece is really important. Why consider diesel alternatives? I think we're all pretty clear on the value here. So diesel historically has the benefit of being a relatively cheap and reliable option. However, there are externalized costs of diesel usage which are worth considering. So environmentally, switching off diesel means reducing local emissions and known health impacts. Economically, it reduces the need for fossil fuel subsidies and payments and increases local economic opportunities and self-reliance. And then technically, renewable projects can be seen as more resilient compared to a purely import-reliant system. But again, what time is your power available is a very important question in that resilient topic. Okay, so this slide just shows a couple of key stakeholders who we would be involved with in a new energy project or who would be involved. So the list includes community, utilities, governments, industry professionals, as well as other parties. At NRCan, we work with all of these stakeholders to help identify and address barriers that may exist and support where it makes sense or where we have the resources to. So we're now about to move into the second part of the presentation on the status of development for various renewable energy options. But first, I want to briefly discuss the requirements for new energy projects in rural settings. These apply beyond geothermal energy. So first, the technologies integrated must be acceptable to the community. So no matter how strong an idea is on paper, community support is a really necessary piece of moving forward. Second, technologies must be proven as stable, reliable, and easy to operate and fix. So remote communities may not have access to a warehouse full of parts or repair technicians with specialized expertise. This needs to be planned for because having power in a Canadian winter can be a life or death question. And this is why diesel-based power and heat is so well established. Diesel is time-tested, it's well known, people literally rely on it. But with respect to reliability, we need renewables that can operate in harsh winter environments, so ice, snow, extended darkness. We know that all of these things can impair the operation of wind, solar, tidal, and river hydrokinetic systems. This is one thing that makes geothermal a really unique solution since it's one of the few non-weather dependent renewable resources that we have. With respect to operability, non-diesel systems will require training. This is not insurmountable, but it's important to keep in mind. And then lastly, there's the challenge of estimating the available resource and cost of completing a specific project. So some data is available for desktop studies, but site-specific data is associated with higher costs in rural locations. So for similar reasons, it can be hard to estimate the cost of procurement, delivery, and installation in a remote environment. So more data on cost and performance in a range of environments would be a really powerful tool for good planners, operators, and policymakers alike. At this point, I'll turn it over to Andrew, who will provide a high-level overview of NRCan's R&D work related to renewable energy technologies for remote communities.
Well, as Emma said, I'm going to provide an overview of Natural Resource Canada's research on not just geothermal energy, but other renewable energy options as well, because I think it's important to put geothermal in the context of these other clean energy sources for heat and power. At the end of the day, the objective is what is the most optimal source from both technical, economic, environmental performance, and especially community acceptance. So I'll start off with the non-geothermal ones and provide a very high-level overview, and then I'll move on to geothermal. And I'll start off with wind and solar. Wind and solar are the ones that we know the most about, both from their resource potential, but also from their deployment in remote communities. Kemet Energy is an active researcher in this field. One of the things that we've done is develop this amazing software tool called Recreate, which stands for Remote Community Renewable Energy Analysis Tool. And part of what it is it's a database for all remote communities that has hourly wind and solar energy potential and community energy demand. And the way that it works is you select your remote community, you put in how many wind turbines or how many solar panels you want and what type, you run it, and it will tell you how much power can be generated from these on an hourly basis, and thus things such as how much diesel is avoided by using these things. This slide here just shows an example of one of the outputs from using this program, which is the levelized cost of electricity for wind power for different penetration levels for remote communities. And from that, you can get an average for the cost of wind and solar power for remote communities. So for wind power, we've calculated on average about 7.5 to 22.5 cents per kilowatt hour. And I know there's problems with that metric there, but that's what we have for right now. And just to put that into context, we did a desktop study looking at geothermal in Fort Liard, and we came up with a cost of 18 cents per kilowatt hour, which is not quite in the middle, but just about there. In terms of future R&D, we're focused on making our Recreate program public, incorporating energy storage into it, and also increasing our knowledge of wind and solar power in the north. Marine energy is also an option for remote communities that are located along the coast or along rivers. Marine energy includes tidal, wave, and river hydrokinetic. We've calculated the tidal potential, and in parts of the north, such as in Nunavut, there's a lot of energy potential there and less so in other parts of the north. For river hydrokinetic, there's lots of potential in parts of BC, the Northwest Territories, and Ontario, which is the top right figure there. It'd be the red rivers. And communities of interest are in the bottom right figure there. Not all of those are remote communities, though. We unfortunately don't have any information on wave energy for the north. In terms of our research, we're focused on technology development, resource assessment, and feasibility assessments, such as one that was done for the Deline Indigenous community, the NWT, where it was calculated that river hydrokinetic would be competitive with the existing diesel system. Biomass is an attractive option for carbon neutral heat for remote communities. The figure on the left shows that many are already using it. Again, not all of those are remote communities. It's an active area for NRCan, not just CanMed Energy Ottawa, but also the Canadian Forestry Service. And they've estimated that 90% of remote communities can meet their heating needs with biomass. The figure isn't as rosy, unfortunately, for Nunavut due to supply chain and logistics issues. And our work continues to be focused on improving the reliability and performance of biomass systems and supporting the development of pilot projects in Indigenous communities. Thermal energy storage is also another option for clean heat for remote communities. Now, as we've heard, there's different ways to store heat. There's sensible heat, such as in hot water, and there's also thermochemical systems. CanMed Energy Ottawa's R&D is focused on investigating these different options, including the design and testing of these technologies and techno-economic modeling. This next slide here just shows some photos from a project that we're doing in collaboration with Carleton University looking into hot water, underground hot water storage. I'll now move on to geothermal resource potential. I won't say much here, it's been covered elsewhere. It's really high in some parts, and in other parts, it's not as good due to low geothermal gradients. Although, as Jasmine and Mafalda talked about, it's probably not as bad as we once thought it was when they were just big white areas on the map. In terms of NRCan's research, the resource evaluation and characterization work is led by NRCan's Geological Survey of Canada, in particular Steve Grasby, who couldn't be here today because he's out in the field. The objective of this work is to reduce exploration risk for others by identifying and characterizing the most prospective areas. Some examples of the work that they have under development include developing an artificial intelligence-informed application to improve analysis of geophysical data used for geothermal exploration and drone and optical-based thermal surveying and Burwash landing in the Yukon. Now, at CanMed Energy Ottawa, resource characterization is not our mandate, but we do have instruments that are suitable for this, and so we're working with partners such as Jasmine at INRS to support their resource evaluation projects. I'll now move on to using geothermal energy for things, and I'll start off with power. It's an attractive option for remote communities. It's challenging due to, in the most part, the small community sizes here and the cost of geothermal, but I'm sure there's ways to get around it. The figure on the left there just shows a regional modeling study that was done by Grasby and Majorowicz back in 2013, looking at 120 degrees Celsius resource, the results of which showed that it looks promising and competitive with diesel in areas of good geothermal potential. Now, I think it was mentioned as well, but another way to replace diesel for remote communities is to connect them to regional electricity grids. So the figure on the right there just shows my hand-drawn where the regional electricity grids are. So in areas where your regional electricity grid, either existing or proposed, is also where you have good geothermal potential, well, now maybe geothermal energy is a source of power that you could feed into that grid. I'm going to talk for a little bit now about work that we did at CanMed Energy looking at geothermal power for remote communities. And this work was done by Dr. Ali Reza Degani Sinij when he was a postdoc at CanMed Energy. And we looked at hybrid energy systems. And the concept here was the integration of other renewables, such as wind and solar, with geothermal energy. So what Ali Reza did is he used a couple of different software programs, and he simulated the performance of a standalone geothermal system and then a couple of different hybrid systems that varied in their amount of wind and solar power that they had and how long they were online versus the geothermal system. And the result of this was that the standalone geothermal system and the hybrid system were both cheaper than the unsubsidized cost of diesel. The standalone one was cheaper than the hybrid system, but the benefit of using wind and solar power instead of geothermal when they're available is that you can basically stop using your geothermal reservoir, which extends the life of it from 30 years all the way up to 90 years for the extreme case where you're using a lot of wind and solar power. Now what we want to do going forward, because the duration of our simulation was over 30 years, was just 30 years, is to expand that beyond that 30 years so we can quantify the cost savings from this. But the other benefit of integrating wind and solar is that if you're using these in the summer when their potential is the greatest, you can design your geothermal system for the colder months when the ambient temperature is much lower and make it much more efficient. So those are two things that we're going to do going forward. In terms of geothermal energy for regional grids, as mentioned earlier, the Northwest Territory is looking, or is in the process, I believe, of connecting their 2 regional electricity grids. And one option for connecting these is around the west side of Great Slave Lake. And this would take it into an area of good geothermal potential and allow a number of remote communities to be connected. Now, the government is expanding the generating capacity at the Tallston Dam to meet the increased demand. However, it'd still be an interesting project to do a techno-economic feasibility to look at geothermal power as an option to see how it stacks up against hydro. Although, as Kathy mentioned to me over lunch, you could do that, but also it's important to say, okay, if you have a pot of money to do that, what can you do in small communities if you don't connect to the grid with that money? Are a bunch of small geothermal projects better than one big one, or not? But you'd have to do both of those studies, I think. Well, let's move on to geothermal for direct heat use. Once again, as we've heard, it's a really promising option to decarbonize your heat use for remote communities. There's many ways to do it. I won't get into it. I think the simplest way is to think of it as you require a heat pump or you don't require a heat pump. And not requiring a heat pump just means that you're deep enough that you can use it directly. And you can do open or closed loop for either one of these things. So the real question is, for a given community, what option is the best for your geothermal options? And also, how does it stack up against other options like biomass? So just for my last slide here, I'd just like to say that there's work done, good work on this. The figure on the left there is, once again, just from Grasby and Majorich's work in 2013, where they did regional modeling of a 2-kilometer deep resource. And as we've heard today from Jasmine and others, I mean, his team has done a lot of work looking at heat use, especially using ground source heat pumps. Kathy, you mentioned your project in Nahanni Butte, 1.5 kilometer deep monobore closed loop wellbore system. So I think the big question is, though, that's great, but have we answered the question, out of all these technologies, which one is the best? Now, perhaps we have in some locations. Jasmine showed a slide there where you compared a bunch of, you had EGS, biomass with ground source heat pumps and whatnot. But I think what we need to do is take these communities and use them as archetypes for their geological settings, evaluate the other geothermal options, and also the non-geothermal ones. And then once we've got that methodology in place, we can apply it systematically across the north to other communities. And the last point I'll make before turning it back over to my colleague Emma is, and as I think it was mentioned, one of the things we need is good quality heat load data. And as far as I know, we do not have that right now for northern communities. And at CanMed Energy, this is one of the things that we're focused on, starting with Baker Lake, is collecting this information that can then be fed into these types of studies. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Emma. I hope you're still online.
Yeah, I'm still here. Thanks, Andrew. So yeah, to wrap it up, I'm just going to talk about some of the ways that our department is supporting rural energy grids. And the main thing that we do is programming. So NRCan supports a number of programs aimed at developing clean energy projects in rural and remote communities. 3 examples are provided on the slides here. One that's been around for a while is the Clean Energy for Rural and Remote Communities program. All of these are now accessible through a single access point known as Wahila-Tus. The programs offer funds for capacity building activities, as well as energy efficiency, heating, and renewable energy projects. And all of these programs are focused on enabling Indigenous-led projects in particular. They'll have preferential terms, which is helpful. These programs are already operational and have supported projects across Canada, as shown on this map. Many communities have installed or are in the process of installing renewable energy projects and are engaged in energy planning and capacity building. There's definitely further we could go. Renewable energy projects are shown in green. Capacity building projects, which are the ones that focus more on knowledge building and training, are shown in orange. Also shown on the map are diesel-dependent communities in dark blue. So I think it'd be really cool to see this map expanded with geothermal in the future. Speaking of future geothermal trends, there are a few things I'm hoping we can take away. So the first is that hybrid systems are going to be important. So that means combining heat and power systems, but it also means combining geothermal with other renewable technologies like wind, solar, whatever else you got on the grid there. Community involved, so working with multidisciplinary teams is going to be very important to that piece. The second trend is community involvement, which is always going to be an important factor. So technical experts should be prepared to be consultants on community and Indigenous-led initiatives. Community-led initiatives are proven to be more successful. So those are the ones that we're really interested in supporting. It's also key to reconciliation. And then lastly, stakeholder engagement, particularly early and meaningful relationship building, is important, especially for new technologies like geothermal. So to wrap it up with a few conclusions, so renewable energies for heat and power and energy efficiency retrofits can make a significant reduction in diesel consumption for rural and remote communities. We think using wind and solar as an example, many communities could achieve over 20% displacement, and that's without energy storage. And then when you add energy efficiency retrofits on top, that can really help the story with like about a 30% reduction in diesel usage. Remote communities and governments of all levels need to have reliable data on performance metrics such as cost, GHG emissions, and others for all viable renewable energy options for a given site in order to make informed decisions about what to pursue. So in other words, we kind of need to have that apples to apples level of data. Targeted geothermal resource assessments are necessary, as is quality heat and power load info, to support techno-economic modeling. Completed and ongoing projects, such as the ones the Barclay Group and their partners are talking about, are helping us get to those apples-to-apples stage. Hybrid energy systems are an interesting proposition to realize the strengths of various renewable energies. So like Andrew was talking about on his one slide, we really want to consider when different technologies are producing at their most, so that we can optimize that, I guess, just so we can integrate it as best as possible. And then geothermal energy for direct use can be developed in a number of different ways, and we need to pursue a systematic evaluation of these and other sources of clean heat to make informed decisions. So NRCan is actively involved in addressing all of these. Community involvement, education, both ways is very important. And I think that's our last slide. So I have a slide for questions, but I think we'll push that till the panel side. So thanks for listening.
You noticed the big issue about information-based decision-making, or information-founded decision-making. Yeah, we have a lot of information yet to collect, and one of them, as you said, Andrew, is the explicit heat requirements of communities and buildings and homes in these regions. We don't have the data all in hand yet. We're going to come back to Angus and Sean. Please come forward here. I neglected to introduce Angus the last time, but he introduced himself. But suffice to say that Angus is deeply involved in the cultural aspects of Fort Liard, is a resident of Fort Liard, and despite the presence of hot springs in Fort Liard, has a deep interest in the possibility of community heating with the geothermal resource in that area. So please, the podium is yours.
Thank you. All right, hello again, everybody. Good.
So this presentation is about community-focused geothermal development, a case study of Etchedenico First Nation. I should mention I'm a geothermal community liaison for Fort Liard. Just started in May, so it's pretty exciting so far. The red lines outlines the ADK traditional territory. The dotted lines to the west of Fort Liard are the Yukon border. Below is the BC border. Fort Liard, the community where my family is from and I live, is located in the southwest Northwest Territories. Within the ADK territory, there's a various numbers of family trap lines, cabins. Some are well known and have been in their families for a very long time. Fort Nelson, Lower Post, and Watson Lake are also present on the map. These are areas with Indigenous-led geothermal programs at different stages and have provided me with the opportunity to talk and build capacity across projects.
So just some background about Fort Liard and to offer you all a community profile. The community of Fort Liard, it's on an isolated diesel grid that's owned by the Northwest Territories Power Corporation, and it's fairly expensive to produce electricity. It's 70 to 90 cents per kilowatt hour. Heating takes up 60 to 65% of the total energy use in the community based on diesel, firewood, and propane, all things that need to be trucked into the community. There's a little bit of renewables used in the community, mostly in the sense of firewood, but also a couple small solar array installations, one at the seniors complex and another one at the airport they have there. The community, it's high density in a linear array with about 500 people. This high density linear array bodes well if we ever want to move to a district scale heating kind of system. For the geothermal project, we're analyzing historical oil and gas data to do a preliminary resource assessment, and also working with the Northwest Territories Geological Survey. I'm not working directly with them, but hearing what they have to say about a reservoir analysis they're doing around the community. The community itself also has a strategic plan. I find this really cool for a community of this size in Northern Canada. A couple of things that are in their strategic plan are to promote green energy and also to promote the use of organic foods. And these are two things that geothermal can help with. The funding for this program is generously through Natural Resources Canada, through the Clean Energy for Rural and Remote Communities. So a little bit of background on the project. We've heard Fort Liard mentioned a few times today. It's one of the most prospective areas for geothermal in the Northwest Territories. It's right in that zone in a hot sedimentary basin. There was a past project in the community that was unsuccessful, mainly due to them being unable to secure a power purchase agreement from the NTPC. It's an obstacle that we're hoping to overcome for this project. We believe that a community-focused approach and small-scale development is a viable path forward. The small-scale approach can be looked at in the same vein as China, Alaska. We use this as an analog a lot, especially because they've had such great success with small-scale generation in the north. Won't talk too much about it. If you want to talk afterwards about it, I'd be happy to talk your ear off. But this energy can be used to power and heat homes. It can be used for geothermal-powered greenhouses or even for geothermal tourism. We're also considering the feasibility of hybrid geothermal systems for electricity. Shout out to Ali for authoring a great paper on that. Yeah. So another look at Fort Liard. This is another geothermal gradient map through the Western Canadian Sedimentary Basin in the Steve Graspy paper. So what we can see is this area around Fort Liard, it's always been assumed to be hot. It falls right inside this nice orange contour. We can see to the south, it's in the same contour as Fort Nelson, which is another Indigenous-led geothermal project, although a slightly different geology, but they're seeing great success in their project. So for a geothermal resource to be present, we need three ingredients. We need heat, we need water, we need pathways. Of course, that's an oversimplification, and we all know that's much simpler than it actually is. For this project, we've looked at drill stem temperature data and also bottom hole temperature data. That map on the right is a drill stem test temperature gradient map, computer generated. But what we can see just based on the DST temperatures is a assumed geothermal gradient below the community nearing 45 degrees Celsius per kilometer. That's significant. The Northwest Territories Geological Survey study, one of the formations that they're assessing is the Nahanni Formation. It's a carbonate unit. Those two images on the left are of the rock itself and then also of a thin section where you can see some porosity and permeability that exists. So this phase of the project where we're at right now, we're investigating the water and we're investigating the pathways while also being in discussions with the NTGS on their reservoir analysis. Unfortunately, drilling is not part of this phase of the program. And of course, that's the only true way to know what the resource is, but there are positive signs that that resource is present. This well here, it's a well that's located 8 kilometers southwest of the community, K02. It's been classified as a significant discovery in the Northwest Territories. I see this as the best quality data and analog for the temperature conditions that exist below Fort Liard. This temperature measurement was taken about 6 months after drilling during a pressure test on the right there. And that temperature is still not stabilized. While they're drilling these wells, they're pumping cold drilling mud down the hole, and it's cooling off the reservoir constantly downhole. And it takes a long time for these well bores to thermally recover. So one of the things that this does show is just how imperfect the existing bottom hole temperature and drill stem temperatures are, especially the ones that are taken immediately after drilling. And this justifies getting more and more better geothermal data before these wells are plugged and abandoned while they're still active or suspended. Of course, Catherine's also doing great work in this space in the Dayshore region. This well itself cost over $25 million to drill, 4,500 meters vertically in 2002, or to say $25 million to drill and complete. Geothermal development will take a lot of capital to get started, but economics of scaling will hopefully inevitably lower this cost. Most economic models too do unfortunately operate on a 30-year time span, but we have seen geothermal infrastructure around the world that has lasted close to a century. So these long-term benefits to First Nations and Canada as a whole are often overlooked in these models.
Fort Liard is known for its oil and gas industry. There was years in the community when it was very busy with ongoing community and cultural events. Jobs were being created by the oil and gas companies with drilling, trucking, and laboring. But there was also years where the community was down and out. People turned to drinking due to the lack of jobs. There was barely any community and cultural events going on. With its geothermal potential underneath the community, we can use it in a lot of ways. But the main part of it is helping the people. What can be used to help them? I think it's a great opportunity for ADK First Nation to be a leading example of how effective geothermal energy will be in the north. With overcoming food and energy security and creating jobs as well, and we'll be providing the community with heat. The nation will have full ownership of it. The nation can say, we did something good with it, now we want others to do the same. If it can be beneficial for us, it can be for you as well. You just need to have the right people with the right vision for it. If the community decides to move forward with the project, we can start looking at geothermal development, what geothermal development can be possible. Fort Liard's nickname is Tropics of the North, due to the vast humidity in the summer season and the stunning views of the mountains with its sleeping giant, and the northern lights visible year-round. There's an excellent opportunity for tourism and cultural uses of the resource. In fact, people come to the community thinking they're at the Liard Hot Springs, when those are almost 6 hours away down the Alaska Highway. The opportunity exists. Community-focused geothermal development means taking the community's goals, dreams, and ambitions into account. We will not discredit smaller scale electricity development or district scale heating for the community because it isn't the most profitable path forward. We want to help as many people as possible, and we can do that through community-focused events, employment, and training to ensure the ownership of the project. From the community's perspective, they will be looking at if construction will be on anyone's trap lines. Would it affect the hunting in the area? Would the ancestors' trails be gone? Would old cabins from the past be demolished? That's what will come into the first people's minds first. For companies, it might be the little stuff. But for us, First Nation people, it's the little stuff that matters. Only through community ownership and community engagement can these little things be addressed. We're also aware of other geothermal projects occurring in the region, looking forward to continuing to collaborate and find an energy source and potentially help all the people in Northwest Territories. With this geothermal project, we could boost the community's economy by building a hot spring near the community. Maybe a hotel with a spa, or creating steam houses. We can even look at the industrial side of geothermal, including lumber and pellet drying, or cement drying mills. We can even look at paper and pulp mills.
Yeah, things that this can lead to for Achudenico and for the region is the opportunity for job creation, employing people in the community, employing local companies and contractors, the opportunity for economic and energy resiliency, growth opportunities as we move this through different project phases, stable energy prices by moving away from fossil fuels and not being at the whim of rapidly changing diesel prices, and also food and energy security. And I think the food security is something that really can't be overlooked. So that isn't to say that this is all going to be easy. Of course, challenges and risks exist. We know that a geothermal resource is there, but what is the quality of the resource in the subsurface? So we're gathering all the data in this phase now to assess this, but you're never going to be fully confident without inevitably drilling, doing a pump test, and actually looking at the rock itself. There is a financial risk that exists. Here we can mention economies of scale, eventually impacting the economics of geothermal development in Canada as a whole. But Canada is lagging behind other countries on this, such as Europe with district heating and Kenya with electricity, despite having the resources present here. There is gas development that can help speed up the timelines. So we have the well logs of all the gas infrastructure in the area. We have the temperature measurements, core data that's available, water chemistry data that's available. That helps speed up the timelines. But having gas in the subsurface will also impact the economics of the amount of water that you can produce as well. So what is project success? And how do we measure project success? The way that I see it, we need to have the geothermal knowledge in place. We need to understand the legislation that has been developed in other regions and is being developed throughout the territories. We need market access and a market to be present. And we also need infrastructure and we need land access. And we're only going to get that by partnering or having ownership by the First Nations.
Once the project is completed, ADK First Nation will have a lot of potential jobs waiting to be created. The nation will be looking at a lot of success to happen. If they have the right people in the right seats with the right vision who will be there for the community, not just to fill their pockets. It's crucial for ADK First Nation to train and hire their own members for the jobs created by geothermal, to show how effective geothermal can be in First Nation communities. With heating homes and buildings in Fort Liard as a nice bonus to it, this is why ADK's support and ownership and vision and people are larger in the image. This project cannot succeed if we don't have these things in place. I want to say Masi Cho, that means thank you in my traditional language to all the organizers and our people funding the project in Fort Liard, and thank you for all listening.
We see the Northwest Territories and Nunavut fairly well represented here by either themselves or proxies. Not so much people from the Yukon, although the Yukon has, as we speak, some geothermal greenhouses in existence already near the city of Whitehorse, trying to grow vegetables for, I think it's 9 months out of the year is that they're looking at, something like that. And then that greenhouse facility has been on the news in CBC News recently, and good stuff. But I think we're hearing a little bit of a message this afternoon that we're all aware of, but a lot of us, it's kind of, we're not exactly sure how to go forward on that, and that's one-on-one or one-on community engagement, sitting down, talking, etc. I don't know exactly how to do it, but I'd like to think that maybe one recommendation that might come out of this meeting, because we do want to come up with a list of recommendations to send to policy people, is that a formal network of interaction of interested communities and interested academics and interested service provisioners, etc., be established somehow, so that I can go into a website and say, look, we've got something that we think will help you. Can we talk? I mean, right now I have no idea who to talk to, who to pick up the phone, etc. I'd like to see something like that. I'm not sure, but maybe NRCan is the right vehicle for that. I'm not sure. But Environment Canada, in ECCC, right? So, are you listening, Ottawa? No, they're just shuffling the cabinet again, darn. Anyway, that was nasty, but whatever. So we have an online communication from us just before the coffee break here. Robert Grote and Daniel Alonso Torres are going to speak to us remotely about geothermal energy development by the De Ludena Council. And I see the picture of Robin Grote right here, part of the council, and another person from Barclay. Boy, we're hearing a lot from Barclay these days, huh? That's Barclay over there. So good for you. And the other person from Barclay is Daniel Alonso Torres, who is a geothermal exploration specialist, studied in University of Calgary and also in the Universidad Complutense de Madrid in Spain. So they have been working with remote communities and First Nations for a number of years, including with Robin Grote, who is the community geothermal liaison person, like Angus for Fort Liard, for the De Ludena Council. They are also members of the Liard First Nation. So, pardon me, Robin Grote is. So, I don't know who's going to talk first here, Robin or Senor Torres, but make up your minds and go for it.
I'll pass that over to Robin to get it started.
Sorry?
Hi, my name is Robin Grote. I'm the community liaison for the Lower Post GeoHeat project. I was born and raised in Lower Post. I am from the Cascadena Nation, and I am from the Crow clan.
Awesome, thank you, Robin. And I am Daniel Alonso Torres. As Maurice was saying, I'm from Spain originally, and I've been doing geothermal exploration for a few years now. And I am supporting this project and other projects at Berkeley as a geothermal exploration specialist. So that's a brief introduction. And should we share the screen for the presentation? Let's do that. So Robin, if that's okay, I will share the screen. I believe that I share the right one. Yeah. Okay. Can everyone see the presentation so far? Let me try this again. You can see it, Robin? Yes. Yeah?
I did.
All right, let's try this again. All right, is that working? Are you seeing the presentation version?
Yeah, you can see it now.
Awesome. Perfect, so you want to get it started, Robin?
Sure.
All right. Okay, so I'm trying to find, there you go. So, well, thank you everyone for coming to this presentation and for giving us the opportunity to speak on this conference where such important topics are being discussed. Now, De Ludena Council has been quite active doing geothermal energy development and exploration and investigations, as well as community engagement. And one of these projects is the Lower Post GeoHeat project, which is funded by NRCan as well. So I will pass it over. So before I pass it over to Robin, I will touch on the content of the presentation. We're going to talk about Lower Post and the community. We're going to talk about the value of geothermal energy that the community sees, and as well as the Lower Post GeoHeat project. What actions are we taking, and what future steps are we potentially considering taking? So once with this, I'll pass it over to Robin.
Okay, so Lower Post is a remote Casca community with a population of about 230. We are continuing to grow. We've recently completed and opened a 16-unit supportive housing complex. We are located along the Alaska Highway near the Yukon border, where we do all our services. They're all in the Yukon.
All right, should I move ahead? Okay.
Okay, so we're solely powered by diesel generators from the Watson Lake Power Grid. As you know, this is expensive and fuel is trucked in along with our groceries. So if there's any disruptions, road closures, on the highway for multiple days, people tend to panic shop. This happened twice last year. We had a road washout where our road was closed for about 5 days. And then about a month or two later, there was a tanker truck that crashed on a bridge, the Sickney Bridge along the highway, which led to another closure. So our shelves were left empty. We had no produce, no meat, no milk for days. So yeah, that happened twice last year. We also heat our homes with diesel, and in the winter months it gets expensive. Our alternative in the wintertime is wood heat, and during the winter months when we get the cold snaps at minus 45, we're loading our wood stoves every 5-6 hours. So yeah, a constant source of heat from geothermal would be beneficial. I mean, especially for our elders. So our community has been keen on geothermal energy for about 10 years, and we're just finally getting momentum. Our new administration building will be heated through geothermal heat. So it'll also have a backup diesel furnace, but if we're able to harness the energy, we could potentially heat greenhouses and have fresh produce year round. So the food security is there. And if that is built, then we will be able to employ some of our community members. Yeah, and lower the cost of energy and food.
So for the next one, all right.
So this is a photo of the Liard Hot Springs, which is in Casca territory. It's a big tourist attraction. It's about 180 kilometers south of Lower Post. If we were able to have something like this in community, to build a resort, so that would bring in revenue for our community, employment once again for our members. Yeah, so that'd be great. Okay. So the Lower Post GeoHeat project, I've been a part of since January of this year. We're currently in exploration stages. So far, we have done community engagement, school engagement, just so the members can understand geothermal energy, how it works, what resources are available, and how to best use them. We also have a lot of good indicators for geothermal energy. We sit on the Tintina Trench. We have found young lava flows, lava rocks, and we have multiple hot springs in our territory.
Perfect. So thank you, Robin. I would like to elaborate a little bit more on the geological setting, because so far for this conference, we've been focusing primarily on the Canadian Shield and the Northwest Territories, which is primarily dominated by the sedimentary rocks or the sedimentary basin, as well as the Shield. But in this region, we're in a bit of a different geological setting, in that while we are in the Liard sub-basin, which is part of the WCSB, and we have some sedimentary rocks here as well in the area. This area is transected by a very, very large fault system that extends from Montana to Alaska, and that is the Rocky Mountain Trench Tintina Fault. And this is a major crustal scale structure, and what we see, as well as Robin was pointed out, is that there are many, many hot springs, particularly east of the region, but as well as south and west. And these are the ones that are known. There may be other phenomena that are not as well described or as well known. But in either case, there are lava flows that are post-date or are synchronous with the glaciations, which means that they are probably quaternary, most likely quaternary, some of which have been dated, but although those dates date back from the 80s. and there's only 3 dates, but we can see that this quaternary volcanism extends all the way from the southwest all the way up to Watson Lake, and even east of Lower Post, we found some volcanic outcrops and lava outcrops as well. And this is the northernmost extent of what is called the Northern Cordilleran volcanic province, which has been referred to as an incipient rift setting. So this is a slightly different geological domain as a whole than the ones that we've been talking about. And as you can see in the image on the left on the map, there's 2 holes near Watson Lake and Lower Post that were drilled. These were gas exploration wells, wildcats. They were drilled in the 60s, and they found very elevated temperatures. In the northern hole in northeast of Watson Lake, they found over 50 degrees Celsius. This is from bottom hole temperatures taken at 6 hours after drilling. It is not from stabilized temperature, so this is a temperature minima, and it is 50 degrees Celsius per kilometer. The temperature minimum for Lower Post is 38 degrees Celsius for this well south of Lower Post. So we know that we are in an anomalously hot region that has a bunch of hot springs. There are 3 major fault systems that intersect the Tintina Trench right around at this area, and it's also collocated with volcanism, quaternary volcanism. So these are the Highland Valley Fault and the Inconnu Thrust on the north there. And both of those faults coalesce at the Tintina Trench right at the location where this fault system changes direction. So this is all beneficial for geothermal energy, but all of these regions, or the vast majority of these regions, particularly the low-lying areas, are covered in glacial overburden. And this glacial, as you can see on the right here, this is a sonic core from the GeoExchange drilling that was taking place in the community over this past year. And this shows that there is a lot of glacial till with very poor permeability properties, which means that any water that may come under the surface, under the glacial till, will have to travel laterally a long distance in order to make it to the surface, unless there's other preferential pathways cutting across these deposits. But this is just to say that the glacial cover not only conceals the bedrock, but also isolates hydrological domains. So what is it that we're trying to do here? So this is the same conversation of the value of information. We are trying to gather information that will be the most valuable for the community to meet their needs, to understand what resources they may have available and what could they do with it. And to understand what resources they may have available, we don't count on the same amount and quality of data that is present in Fort Liard or in other regions that have extensive oil and gas development history. So we need to collect new data. And because we are in a different geological environment, this data exploration approach needs to be tailored to the geological setting and the characteristics that we may expect from the geothermal resources in this geological setting. So we have been doing some outcrop mapping, lava flow mapping, rock sampling, and we're going to be doing some petrography and geochemistry. We're doing some water hydrogeochemistry as well, and some field reconnaissance, ground truthing, and doing field reconnaissance of some of the areas that the elders have pointed us to in the land. And we are also going to be doing some 3D modeling as well as some geophysical modeling in order to try to understand what the ground is made of, followed by a drilling campaign, shallow borehole drilling, several hundreds of meters, nothing too crazy. And these are all the steps that are commonly taken at the beginning of the exploration of resources outside of a sedimentary basin that has oil and gas development, such as in a rift setting or in a fractured setting. So this is some of the work that we're going to be doing. But if I may pass this along to Robin for some final thoughts. We're going to be taking potentially some future steps, but I would like Robin to see if you have anything to share here.
So for future steps, we're just looking to complete all our surveys, knowing where the best potential is for geothermal energy. If we are able to harness it, the development of either tourist attractions, so a spa or greenhouse for food security. I'm hopeful that we can lower the cost of utilities, and hopeful that with a lower cost of food and heating, that some of our members will come back home where it's more affordable.
Perfect. Thanks, Robin. And that is a key aspect, right? We're trying to grow the community and promote economic growth in these regions as well. And a key aspect of that is having community members coming back to those communities. The last slide. So thank you to Natural Resources Canada, as well as the Waterloo Institute for Sustainable Energy, and everyone else that has supported this project. And Robin, I don't know if you have any final thoughts to share, but I'll leave it over to you.
No, just thanks for everybody's time and an opportunity to speak.
Thank you to the Dana Council for putting this together and for informing us that along with the Fort Liard community, which are very distant, this is, you think Fort Liard and Liard Hot Springs, well, no, they're very far apart. One's in the Northwest Territories and one's in British Columbia, closer to Fort Nelson. Anyway, we thank you for bringing up these community issues and for expressing your enthusiasm for the possibility of reliable, robust heat. We started off this morning with Dr. Hickson, who said it's not just about electrical power. The rest of the world, it's electrical power. In Canada, it's heat. And then electrical power would be a benefit, of course, as well. So now Professor Alice Frisé is teaching in the Université de Québec in Ottawa. So it's the Ottawa branch of the University of Quebec. And she's in Administrative Sciences, Public Law Research Center of the University of Montreal, and also with the Social Responsibility and Sustainable Development Research Group at Université de Québec à Montréal. So she has a master's degree in environmental sciences and a PhD in business administration. So now we're going to hear from someone who is much more on the social acceptance and business side of the equation.
So yes, I'm going to talk to you about social acceptability. To give you some background, I'd like to start by pointing out two observations that are shared by a growing number of social science researchers. First, for some years now, it's difficult for a project or a decision to succeed without social acceptability, social acceptance. Worse still, a project that is not socially accepted can give rise to such controversy that it will be difficult for its promoters to recover financially and reputation-wise. Second, all projects, including useful projects, such as renewable energy projects, can face issues of social acceptability. Whether it's wind turbine projects, electric car batteries, or the construction of bicycle paths, all can be subject to controversy. So to help you see what social acceptability means for geothermal projects, to add on to what has been said today, I will address three questions in this presentation. First, what is social acceptability, or we can call it social acceptance? Two, how to get social acceptability, how to foster it. And three, how to foster it in the context of geothermal energy projects. So first, what is social acceptability? Well, the most widely used definition is that of Corinne Gendron, one of my colleagues, and she presents social acceptability as the public assent to a project or decision resulting from the collective judgment that this project or decision is superior to known alternatives, including the status quo. So there are several key elements in this definition that I would like to point out. First, the concept of assent. Assent is, it can be explicit, but it's usually tacit. So what you have to know here is there is not always a need for public participation, but sometimes it is needed because we don't know what people think. If the population concerned is informed well about all facets of your project and does not protest, or if there is only a negligible amount of the population who protest, you can say there is social acceptability. Otherwise, there isn't, and then you need to think. Another key element in this definition is the population. So which population accepts? Well, this varies according to the issue raised by the project. If the project is likely to have an impact on all the inhabitants of a province, for example, a cement plant project, for instance, which could generate significant greenhouse gases for everybody, all the population is concerned, and everybody should be able to say what they think. But if the project and its impacts are more localized, and it's possible that most geothermal energy projects are in this case, the population concerned will be more specific. So you will have to inquire about what the population concerned locally think about. The last element that is important in this definition is the concept of collective judgment. So it would be tempting to just ask people individually what they think, if they agree with geothermal energy. But you have to realize in the same time that social acceptability is a collective thing. So the accepting population is not a sum of individuals whose opinions simply need to be collected. It's a group of individuals who exchange views, who communicate, who develop their individual opinions, and who may change their minds. In short, you have to remember that social acceptability is built through socialization and that it can change through time and through the life cycle of the project. So that is a first thing. So that is about what is social acceptability. Now, I would like to talk about different elements that may be able to may give your project more social acceptability. In fact, with some colleagues of mine from University de Québec à Montréal, we have studied the question of social acceptability in different sectors, different industries for nearly 10 years. And we found out that socially acceptable, unacceptable projects, and decisions are generally lacking efficiency, relevance, trust, or fairness, or altogether. So let's start with efficiency. The questions people are going to ask themselves are, is geothermal energy a reliable source of energy? Is it safe? Is the technology efficient and well mastered? Is it an appropriate solution to fight global warming? So that's the first thing, efficiency. And for a long time, economical and technical efficiency was the only element on which a project was approved. It was approved by the government. It was approved by financiers. Today, there are other elements. Efficiency that is not enough. So the next element is relevance. So to get technical acceptability, you need a shared diagnosis. Keep in mind that your project must be a response to a problem. In practice, there are two questions you can ask yourself. First, does everyone agree that there is a problem? For instance, does everyone consider global warming to be a problem? Because if so, proposing a project to reduce this problem will be considered relevant. Second question, do all members of the community consider that the problem is caused by the same phenomenon? For instance, does everyone agree the use of fossil fuels contribute to global warming? Because if so, a project that aims to replace fossil fuels to provide energy will be considered relevant, or will have more chances. But if people think global warming is mainly a natural phenomenon, it is going to be difficult to make them change their habits. The third element that is crucial to get social acceptability is trust. Very often, that is what prevails when it comes to social acceptability. A distrustful population, a history of shady governments, projects gone wrong, and broken promises. In fact, recent studies show that government leaders, business leaders, and even scientists are regularly losing trusting points. So extra attention must be paid here. And several attitudes must be avoided. So you have different things on the screen. For instance, you should avoid to organize a public consultation on a serious issue when people don't have the time or inclination to be consulted. For example, during COVID, very early in the day or during vacation. It's not a good time. You should avoid to use biased questionnaires. For instance, in the case of the Horn Foundry, maybe you've heard of it, in Quebec, The question put to the public was, would you like to be poisoned? Of course, people are gonna say no. Another thing that should be avoided is involve people perceived as having conflict of interest or in the project of decision. So there are different things you should avoid, but you must pay attention to trust. The last element that is crucial to get social acceptability is fairness. Several examples show that while measures to protect the environment and combat climate change theoretically generate ecological impacts for all, not everyone derives social economic benefits. And sometimes these measures can even have negative effects on certain groups. A good example is that of wind turbines. People living near turbines have to live with visual effects, stroboscopic effects, and noise. Their property lost some value. And it's not that they are against wind turbines or against environmental protection, but instead they oppose wind turbines because their quality of life is affected and their community life is at risk. And that's very important. Another example is the one of Gilets jaunes in France, the yellow jacket, maybe you heard of it. The government tried to increase the, to introduce actually a gasoline tax to increase the price of gasoline. And it is the poorest people who were the most disadvantaged here. And so they are the ones who protested. And it was not considered fair because it's not these people who use the most gasoline. So it's a good example. In Canada's north, there are different examples of situations that could be considered unfair. For instance, people who hunt might find that it's unfair for them because geothermal energy projects could lead to animal movements. People who trade fossil fuels as well could find the situation unfair. So that need to be considered. Coming back to the problem of a problem a geothermal project is trying to fix, because remember, if you bring a solution, a project, it needs to answer a solution, to answer a problem. Here the problem is the use of fossil fuel, so you need to replace that. You have to remember that not everyone uses as much and for the same reasons. So that should give you an indication. So the question here is how to foster the social acceptability of geothermal energy project in Northern Canada. I have a few ideas for you. A first approach involves science and training programs. So first, you need to explain how geothermal energy works to local populations. So that's something you thought about, I know. But the thing is, they have to be aware of its positive and its negative aspects at every stage of the project, not at the design stage, but after, during the life cycle. So from design to dismantling. Secondly, you need to break down the expert versus non-expert divide by involving local people in this project. It's something that is most common today in citizen science approaches. For instance, they could take part in collecting data and information on the field. This is increasingly the case in research projects requiring regular data over long periods with limited funding. Another thing that could be done is to rethink the way geothermal energy research training courses are given. Maybe they could involve more social science courses to better grasp the issues of social acceptability. So that's one approach. Another approach to foster the social acceptability of geothermal energy projects would be to involve communities, but by ensuring transparency, accountability, and consistency, so that could help to reinforce trust. The idea here would be to consult the populations concerned according to the rule of the art. So not just organize a consultation to be done, it needs to be well done. The decisions, the point of views need to be respected. So you have to expect that not everything is going to be according to what you expected. It's helpful also to bring out tensions during a consultation. as soon as possible and not to wait the last moment or to avoid tensions, because tensions could be a way to improve your project since the beginning and to save a lot of money and save a lot of time. So bring out the tensions, see what could be a problem, and try to put it in your project to make it better. Adopt coherent measures as well. So develop geothermal projects without the same players, implementing measures that are harmful to the environment. So you need to do geothermal projects in the same time as good environmental measures consistently. And another way, a final way to foster social acceptability would be here to so you need to know who is going to be disadvantaged or feel disadvantaged with the development of geothermal energy projects. And you need to think about a proper consultation, not consultation, sorry, compensation. And this compensation has to be fair and systematic according to every community concerned. So in a nutshell, that's it. I hope this overview has been helpful. And don't hesitate if you have any questions.
Stay linked. And I noticed that you talked about the gilets jaunes in France. Well, the direct English translation for gilets jaunes is yellow jackets. But here in Ontario and in most of Canada, in English, a yellow jacket means a nasty little yellow wasp or guêpe that comes out in August and September and can really, really sting you. Just like the gilets jaunes stung Monsieur Macron in France, I'd like to point out. So they had their stingers as well. So our next presentation is by a Waterloo alumnus of geological engineering, I'm proud to say, who went on to continue his education in some other inconsequential academic institutions. But he's here with us, and he's accompanied by Reeves. And if you haven't noticed Reeves yet, then you haven't been looking. Reeves is 6'7", 6'11", all right? That's bare feet, of course, right? When you have high heels like Barbie, it's even taller. Yeah, right, good. All right. I have a 5'1" wife, by the way, and she yes. Okay, so Stan is a graduate of Waterloo and went on to get a PhD, and he was an academic for about 7 years, and then decided that academia was a bit too slow-paced, so he went out and risked money and spent a lot of adrenaline and emotional energy in starting a company which has turned out to be, and I may be wrong here, but I think it is the largest geothermal heat pump ground-based storage drilling company in Canada. Is that correct? Yeah, and moving into the United States, I hear from somebody else earlier today, so good for you. And Stan is accompanied by Reeves, who works on the technical aspects of the drilling and installation side of things. So I'd like to call you guys up to give us a bit of a talk about the real world of drilling for geothermal energy systems.
Yeah, so thank you for inviting us. And I, of course, am the short one in this pair, but everyone was getting taller, and I think Reeves is the tallest, but we've had a few tall GeoEng people working at GeoSource already. So Mike DeWeird and Dan Deacon are also in the 6-foot range, so that they seem to grow them tall. My daughter has just joined, or will be joining GeoEng in the fall, and she's about 5'3" or something, so she's anyways, we're very excited about that. Okay, so I'll switch gears a little bit from the conversation so far that I've seen. I apologize, I have not been here that long to watch, but we've got a lot of stuff going on. I did want to tie geothermal or geo-exchange, so the basically shallow geothermal with deep geothermal, and I think there's a good tie there with northern communities. And so I wanted to demonstrate, between Reeves and I, demonstrate how geo-exchange and deep geothermal are compatible. I think you've seen this one. So brief introduction to geosource energy, some project context and challenges, models. So we're looking at some design solutions and then some conclusions at the end. So geosource energy, Maurice, thank you for introducing us a little bit. We started in 2004, specifically focusing on delivery of geo-exchange or shallow geothermal. And we do an awful lot of drilling, and we have projects in many places, not yet at University of Waterloo, but we're hopeful. So this is a picture of U of T that they're doing a very large transformation of their whole campus to geo over the next decade or so. And this is King's College Circle, a picture of King's College Circle right near Queen's Park. This is what we do. This is all we do. We have a design team now. We own and operate systems, so we are a fully vertically integrated company that does geothermal right from design or development design through to implementation and then the long-term operations. Got a lot of projects done, continue to do so. And we work very hard to innovate in the geospace, and a big part of that is trying to get geo to be technically viable, financially viable in more and more places. And I think that's part of the reason that we're having this conversation today. So I just want to give a little bit of context on what we're going to talk about today. So Geosource was asked and been involved in doing some geothermal test hole work up in Moosonee. And for those that don't know, it's on the south end of James Bay, kind of at the end of the line as far as getting there by track and getting drill rigs up there. It's a bit of a challenge. I know there's worse places, well, harder places to get things to, but it definitely has its complications. And basically we were there to look at the potential for Infrastructure Ontario to do geothermal at a new hospital that's being considered at Moosonee, and that's still in the works as far as we understand. And then there was also a retrofit or a rebuild of an existing hospital on Moose Factory Island. So there was test holes done at both places. And so we were starting to look at, is it viable? Can we get drill rigs up there? All these kind of things. Those test holes actually were quite successful. And it kind of led, and I went up there personally myself to do the tests, to do the thermal conductivity testing, not something I typically am doing in Southern Ontario. But I wanted to meet with some people on Moose Factory Island that were interested in, from Quebec, talking about getting buy-in and so on. And that, in fact, they're coming back to us again asking for pricing for one of their buildings. I'll touch on this a little later, but it's once we get to scale, it's possible. Doing one-off projects is very difficult. But I wanted to see for myself, could we do geothermal at scale in a place like Moosonee? And I think the answer is yes. It's very doable. We just need a lot of buy-in. But it does, one of the things we'll point out here, and Reeves will spend more time on it, the design of GeoExchange always looks at energy balance, and it's annually over the year. Are we heating? Are we cooling? Are we close to a balance between heating and cooling? As we go further and further north, in most buildings, and particularly as the buildings aren't large or are poorly constructed, we will end up with more and more heating dominant buildings, and with GeoExchange we need to figure out a way to balance that. Just to give you some context, I just want to point out that Moosonee is basically at the bottom of James Bay there. Its climate zone, because of the way the jet stream moves in Canada, it is in a cold climate zone. So that actually extends almost the same type of climate all the way up into places like Athabasca and possibly all the way up to Inuvik. So if we can do it in Moosonee, I see from a climate standpoint, which you'll see tying here, if we can get balance in Moosonee, we feel that we can do that elsewhere. We're just using Moosonee as an example because we have some data for there, but I do think it's transferable. And so I just want to point out, so GeoExchange, shallow geothermal, is a proven technology. It's under or beside the buildings that you're trying to service, so it's local. You don't have particularly issues of incurring or moving onto other property, so you do that locally. It remains operational at very low temperatures because you're using a ground temperature that is constant, and we can design and control that temperature much more so than we can with the weather. So compared to, say, air source heat pumps. And so Geo has applicability in cold climates just as it would in more moderate climates. We will point out here, though, and I'll turn it over to Reeves in a sec here, it is very clear that the balance is going to be very critical. So load or heating and cooling balance. So I'm going to pass this over to Reeves.
Thanks, Dan. So we completed, I'm blocking the projector. We completed a modeling exercise just to do a case study style evaluation of what a building that, according to, or how the weather and the ambient ground temperature in northern climates could affect the application of geothermal technology. So to do this, our friends at Acanovia, energy experts who we work with regularly to provide us energy models, they took a building that they had modeled for us in Ottawa, Ontario, and they took that structure or that model and they reapplied a Moosonee hourly annual weather profile to it. And with that, we were able to utilize the annual hourly building load profile that was produced by that and isolate the impacts that are caused by both the ground temperature and the weather profile while maintaining all other variables to be constant. So just some brief summary here on the high-level numbers and the differences between these two models. The TEDI, or thermal energy demand intensity, is a measure of thermal energy or heating energy per unit area. And we found that that increased by a factor of 75% when you took the exact same building and placed it in Moosonee. This is a building, it has 3,400 square meters of area, and it's built to the national building standard, not just standard codes of Canada. So nothing special efficiency-wise. Similarly, heating peak also went up. Both of these obviously went up because of the large majority of cooling hours, or sorry, large majority of the large cooling, these both went up because the weather's a lot colder up in Moosonee. And for the same reasons, the SETI and cooling peak both declined in Moosonee. The result of this for the geothermal system is that the total borehole footage for this system went from 3,800 meters to all the way up to 5,700 for the Moosonee model. So that 5,700 translates into 22 boreholes if we're drilling to 850 feet. And while these 22 boreholes are able to service this building for 1 year, the issue that arises is the long-term balance of the system. As Stan mentioned earlier, up north you're heating the building, so you're pulling much more heat energy out of the ground and dumping it into your building than you are replenishing in the summertime. So here you can see these are average entering water temperatures for these are outputs from our GLD modeling. And you can see that the annual profile looks very standard, as you'd expect it to. Let's see if I can get the laser. Is this working? No. All right. Here we go. Yeah, so it drops down when you're pulling heat out of the ground in those winter months and moves up again in summer when you're dumping heat back into the ground, pulling it out of your building. The issue is that in the long term here, you have a gradual decline. It actually starts off pretty rapidly. You lose a you lose like 1 to 2 degrees Celsius in that first year of ambient ground temperature. And the issue with that is that your system will, your heat pumps aren't sized for that. Your system will lose efficiency and eventually begin to cease function when it comes to heating. Probably pretty good at cooling still though. So when we were assessing potential approaches to solve these issues, we've separated them into passive and active solutions. The first passive solution and the most cost effective is changing your bore field orientation or bore field layout. So typically in more urban areas especially, a grid type of bore field layout is adopted because space is a hot commodity and your building footprint that you're trying to fit all your boreholes into tends to be rectangular. The issue with the grid layout is that the boreholes at the center of that grid don't have access to ambient ground or untapped ground around them. They only have access to ground that is already being impacted by other boreholes working your way out. So you end up with these big cold pockets at the center of your grid. So our approach to mediate this is in areas especially where surface area isn't as much of a concern, like up north, you can implement a linear bore field arrangement. This allows each borehole to have two sides of untapped ground volume through which it can recharge thermally and come back to ambient ground temperature. So the impact of this, as you can see over the 30-year period, is predicted to be about, it reduces that 7 degrees Celsius drop, and it reduces it to only 4 degrees Celsius. So this is a good step in the right direction, but it doesn't completely solve our balance issue. For the rest of the models, they all adopt a linear orientation. The next solution that we evaluated, or the next passive solution, was increasing building efficiency. What we found is that when geothermal technology is being considered, the #1 way that you can increase the viability of applying this technology to your project is by increasing your building efficiency, specifically your building envelope thermal efficiency. So while that does tend to increase cost, it's often the case that the cost is more than offset in the reduction of capital costs required to install your geothermal field because it can be downsized to accommodate the lesser building thermal loads. So to emulate this, we scaled down the profile, the energy profile, by 35%. This is meant to represent the difference between the National Building Code and the Toronto Green Standard, which is a standard that's implemented in GTA buildings. So people need to adhere to it. It's currently being implemented. It's in use. We know it's a reasonable thing to ask for or to consider. And when we reduce the thermal energy or the heating energy by 35%, you can see that it almost completely balances out the profile. And in reality, this profile would likely become completely balanced because what we're not considering here is that when you bring your building envelope efficiency up, you increase the amount of heat that you retain from plug loads, interactions from just humans in the building, et cetera. And therefore, you increase your cooling demand, especially in the summer. You need to do more cooling. That means you're pulling more heat out of the building and putting more heat back into the ground, and you're doing more ground recharge in the summer. The first active solution that we considered was air source heat pumps. You might be wondering, why am I reading air source heat pumps on the screen for a project that has negative 40-degree weather in the winter? That's because we're not using these air source heat pumps during that time. We'd be using them in the summer, the entire 5 months, not just summer, the entire 5 months, where air temperature, the average air temperature is above 0 degrees or freezing. And so the idea here would be to utilize the air source heat pumps when they're most efficient and have them dump heat energy back into the system, effectively acting to recharge it during this time period. What this does to your annual profile is it lifts it during those 5 months. You can see that the entering water temperature is increased and actually kind of remains higher on the tail end of that year. And we found that with a 15-ton air source heat pump, which equates to about 53 kilowatts, we were able to maintain, we were able to achieve balance over a 30-year period. So that's all you need. This isn't using that more efficient building envelope. This is just using an air source heat pump as a supplemental solution. And the other benefit of this is that it's an active solution. So that means that you can monitor your system, you can monitor energy in, energy out, temperature, et cetera, and modify your operational pattern for this air source heat pump or whatever supplemental heating source you have to meet the building demands. That means that if your building use changes, loads change, weather for some reason starts changing, perhaps your model isn't 100% accurate, you can adapt. Now, the last active solution that we looked into is more theoretical. This is a constant base load, and this is meant to represent a source of heat that's constantly available, whether that be through a deep geothermal well nearby or waste heat from power generation nearby, something along these lines. And the idea here is that if you add this heat to your profile year-round, it only brings up it doesn't change your profile visually too much on the annual basis, but if you look carefully, you can see that it's actually a bit higher. The temperature has risen a little bit, and that's actually enough to balance the profile over 30 years as well. So this means that you have a sustainable ground heat exchanging system that will last beyond 30 years and with minimal management. Now, we found that this solution here is achievable with only a 7-ton constant load, which is about 15 kilowatts and approximately 1/7 of the peak heating load of this specific profiler system. So it's somewhat inconsequential comparatively.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point out that, so the idea in that last slide in particular was, and of course this is a very small scale building, so if we wanted to look at, say, community scale, what we're doing is with the GeoExchange, the shallow geothermal is a storage of thermal heat from a waste source or from a, say a low grade or a power generation from geothermal, which may not necessarily meet peak demand, which in this case we showed that about 1/7 of peak would meet and create balance within the GeoExchange and provides enough heat into the system to meet the heating demand for years and years into the future. It's showing that a very small amount of heat has to be added to these GeoExchange systems in order to bring balance to the system. So GeoExchange can be done in combination with deep geothermal. One of the alternative is that you would have to build deep geothermal with enough power to meet peak demand of the building or have auxiliary heating, so, without some other source. So I think what we're trying to demonstrate is that it's almost like a trickle charge to your GeoExchange with some sort of heat source to provide that balance. So just one thing I really want to point out here is, in our experience in Moosonee was, and of course it's a reasonably accessible community from getting drill rigs in and flying in and so on with people. What we are seeing is the cost. So we're looking at a project right now which is, say, 20,000 square feet, not a very particularly big building, but fairly big for up there. And they're asking us to come in. It costs us way more to bring the equipment in and to do that project than it does to actually do the work. So in our view, the best way, I guess, I shouldn't say the only way, of course there are other possibilities, but in that case we started looking at that thinking, if we were to manage to get 50% of people onto Geo and do that over a period of 2 or 3 years, and leave a rig up there and it keeps doing its job for the next 2 or 3 years, that would be a potential way to do it. And of course, then we also need to start looking at how to maintain these systems in the long term. And of course, I think there's some, there will be definitely requirement to train local talent for, let's say, repair and maintenance of heat pumps. It's going to be very clearly something that probably isn't there now because there are no air conditioners and therefore probably no refrigeration technicians. But that's the kind of stuff that needs also to be considered. So I think with that, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That was a good news talk, in my view. You know, we've been talking about recharging the thermal battery, right? I mean, Jasmin, how many years ago in Quebec City, when we were talking about how we're going to recharge the thermal battery in Kuujjuaq? Okay, Kuujjuaq. You know, how are we going to recharge the thermal battery? And here we've seen an actual case history with numbers. It's still a pseudo case history, of course, but it is a case history with numbers, based upon real numbers. We're happy to see that. We have talked about in the north with Ali Reza and others about, you know, the scavenging the heat from diesel electrical generators, which we may not be able to do without in many communities, but if we can scavenge that heat, Stan mentioned that it's like a trickle charger. And for those young people here who do not know what a trickle charger is, back in the day in Alberta, when it would get to be minus 40, if you were smart, you had a trickle charger on your battery, because a little bit of charging of the battery continuously would keep the heat of the battery up about 15 degrees Celsius, and that made all the difference in starting your car when it was minus 40. All right, so trickle charger is a very slow charger that you just plug in at home to keep on charging your battery in your car. They've gone out of use. I haven't seen a trickle charger around for a generation now. You have them. Okay, good for you. Yeah. Right. Yes. Here in the banana belt, we don't need them, you know. All right, our last talk, Jason. Oh, there you are. You're hiding over here. Okay. So Jason is originally, you know, from the center of all knowledge, Ottawa, and but he did study in Western Ontario. The University of Western Ontario, and he is moved to Fort Providence in the Northwest Territories and has been working on community development of geothermal projects and other energy projects. And recently, in the last 4 or 5 years, been focusing on trying to get things going in the Detcho First Nations region, which you have seen earlier defined this morning as that corner of the Northwest Territories down towards the Yukon and the Alberta-BC border, where we happen to have an anomalously high geothermal gradient in the subsurface that looks promising for the generation of heat power and maybe some electrical power as well. So Jason has worked with community people and government people and in trying to get everybody at the table to talk about moving projects forward in these small remote communities, which is the subject of this workshop. How do we get reliable, robust thermal and electrical energy into small, isolated, Indigenous communities in Canada? Jason.
Okay, thank you very much for that welcome. It's been a long day here so far. I just want everyone to kind of stand up for a second here. Yeah, kind of stretch out for a little bit before we start up. Now, I want you to remain standing if you have traveled to any of our 3 territories. If you haven't traveled to any of our 3 territories, I want you to sit down. Okay, so we got people who have been up to the territories. How many people have been to a rural and remote community in any of our 3 territories? Okay. I mean Nunavut, Northwest Territories, or Yukon. Rural and remote? Yeah. So have you been to if you've spent how many of you have spent longer than a week in a rural and remote community in the north? In any of the 3? Okay. I could phrase this, I came up with this on the fly a little bit to make a point. Now, how many people have spent time out on the land with an elder in the north? Okay, that's a very good ratio. I would like us, so everyone can sit back down, thank you for that. Part of that exercise is really just to say, that's really important. Like most of life's most important lessons, learning about the North is really only done by direct experience. The rest of a lot of this is thought experience, and very detailed, informed and insightful thought experience. But without spending time on the land, with the people who have been the stewards of the land since time immemorial. Our solutions and the history have shown that the solutions are going to fall short. So I want to start with, after that interesting exercise, with a land acknowledgement that we are on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee people. Let's see if we can move ahead here. So I founded a company in the Northwest Territories with 7 Indigenous community members called Gunazu Energy. Gunazu is the Denejati word for good. So our company is trying to create all sorts of good energy, and the purpose of today's talk will be a little bit on how we use good energy and to create in the heat and electrical sphere. I wanted to touch upon some of the realities and challenges of conducting research and energy solutions in the Northwest Territories. But before I start, I think it's really important to understand, specifically in the Dehcho region, the history of it and the experience of it. Dehcho is the Denejati word that means big river, and was later called the Mackenzie River by settlers. It is a place of absolutely stunning physical beauty with beautiful, wonderful people that have a strong and powerful connection to the land. These are all photos that I've taken from my time up there. On the right is Virginia Falls, which if you haven't had a chance to visit is spectacular. The other picture is a on-the-land gathering that we organized to have community members come together on their traditional lands to help have a discussion about the history of energy use in the community. I wanted to give you a sense of some of the vastness of the space, the beauty of the space, and really, really trying to implore everybody that would like to do work in the north to spend time up there and spend time with the people, and as was alluded to, make time for extended visits because time moves differently in the north. So I wanted to go through kind of the history of the region because a lot of the things we're talking about in terms of community engagement involve trust. And I'd say with good reason, trust from Indigenous people, specifically in the northern context, from outsiders, isn't there. There's a strong and rich history going back to time immemorial of a strong connection with the land, people that were flourishing pre-contact and had a wonderful life. Contact was not a good thing for Indigenous peoples across North America and within the North, and thinking of working with and at the direction of Indigenous leaders and communities. Trust is important. And trust, in a lot of ways, has been shattered by the legacy of residential schools. And I bring that up because it's something that just recently in schools has been taught, but is for a long time hasn't been talked about. And we're acknowledging it now, but in the context of working with communities, we need to understand the legacy that's created, the damage that is done to trust, and that outsider influence going back to contact has been overwhelmingly negative for communities. So for us coming in now as academics and consultants saying we've got the solution right now, don't think about all that stuff that happened before, and it's not all that stuff, it's really tragic things. There needs to be trust that's built, and that's built by shared time, by experience, by learning, and by listening. In the Northwest Territories, the last stat that was there, it had a higher percentage of youth that were kidnapped from their families and taken to residential schools. And it was happened sporadically. Some of it didn't happen right away, and some of it happened much later than in other parts of Canada. In many communities, up until the start of the Second World War, there wasn't too much contact, and then it really has had later contact and is still very fresh and very real. The history is basically outsider intervention, and whether that was through government, through infrastructure, has led to disastrous consequences. And we need to understand that in the context of working with and at the direction of Indigenous people, that the history of outsider intervention has not been good. So in the context of that, we really need to take that into consideration. I put it in big print. We think of, oftentimes when I talk to people from the South that don't have Indigenous friends or don't work with Indigenous people, it's, oh, residential schools, that happened a long time ago. The last residential school in the Northwest Territories closed in 1996. There are people that are still living with the realities of that day to day. So I just want to bring that home because it's something that we all need to think about as the work that we do, and to take a step back from what we think we know, the hubris, the ethnocentrism that we sometimes feel, and see things through a different perspective. The energy history of the North. For a long time, most of the rural and remote communities had trucked in, and this is a piece together from oral histories and what I could find online. But it was sporadic and different in different locations. For a long time, it was anytime there was development or money to be made, energy production would happen, but it was not uniform. Initial hydro development occurred only because there was mining and money to be made up there. This is an article from, forget the name, Popular Mechanics from 1949 explaining the initial hydro, and it's largely talking about mining development. No thought of community development or benefit to the rural and remote communities. And in fact, most of the rural and remote communities, and this kind of just shows the expansion of that and history of the North. And what I'm trying to show is this is very recent for a lot of communities. In Fort Providence specifically, where I lived for 4 to 5 years and spend half the year now, there wasn't full electrical production until the 1950s. And it didn't necessarily bring a slew of benefits to the community members itself. There wasn't a consultation for the community for what they wanted or where they wanted it. To travel in these communities, a lot of the diesel generation facilities are right in the middle of the town. They're loud, they're noisy, they're putting smoke into the air. If there is a spill, there's not means of containing it. It's some people sitting somewhere else and going, I know what's best for you here. We're going to put this in. So I bring that up saying both the history of colonial involvement and energy production hasn't been a very positive experience or a very inclusive experience. So summary, it's been largely driven by the mining industry, no consultation with Indigenous communities along the way, no real benefits recognized by communities. So, and that's painting a picture of the past, but that doesn't mean just because that's the way things been, it's the way they should continue to be, nor should they be. And I implore us all to think of the traditional approach to infrastructure projects in the North, and specifically within rural and remote communities, and think of the ways that we need and must do things differently if we truly mean that we want to work with the stewards of the land who we are guests on. So I want to, part of the talk that I need to do is, I'm at 0 seconds. I'm not already up on time, am I? How long have I been up here? Just someone throw something at me if I need to get off. So the Detroit region today is carved up, and as you can see here, what I want to paint is a picture of a very complex region beyond the technical side of things. Within the Detroit region, there are 2,500 people across 9 communities. Those 2,500 people are represented by 11 Indigenous governments. And there are Indigenous governments for as small as bands of 30 people. There's 1 regional government, there's 2 municipal governments that are the franchise holders, there's there's 2 MLAs for a very small, I've never seen in such an over-governed and underrepresented population. And it poses a challenge once we get through the technical side of things to who is representative and whose voices do we speak to. It also, in terms of working with Indigenous governments, there's fragmentation and mistrust in between Indigenous governments as well. So in terms of looking at larger scale projects, which traditional geothermal would inevitably be, there's political challenges in terms of pulling together the Indigenous governments that would be involved in that. I'm so very happy to be sharing a table with the wonderful folks from Fort Liard and can't wait to continue that discussion and learn more about their progress, because together the path forward needs to be working together, building trust within the region and for the partners outside of it. The Decho First Nations is still in the process of settling a land claim. This has been going on for 20 years. Part of that is looking at subsurface mineral rights, which will come into play in terms of considerations here. As I spoke to, there's trust and communications issues between Indigenous governments, Indigenous governments and community governments, territorial governments. I'm just trying to paint the picture of when we look to get projects going, when we build trust, when we talk about social acceptability, it's not a straight line scenario. It requires creativity, it requires time. It's not just checking things off in the box, it's throwing the check box out the window and kind of going with some different approaches. And to point to that, there are no real examples of communities coming together and working on projects. There's examples of large infrastructure projects, but oftentimes they're not done to the benefit of the communities and with unintended consequences. Because running through this presentation last night, the last large infrastructure project in the Decho region was the bridge going over the Mackenzie River, which did create some employment, but also had some massive unintended consequences of increased drugs being brought into the community and additional social issues. So there's always unforeseen consequences that we need to be thinking of. The implication from this, it's difficult to have community governments come together and work on projects. And that's part of the opportunity with geothermal, to me, is with its great potential to paint a picture of what can be done, to work with those communities and to bring them together and find those touch points where they're stronger together. So again, this has been touched upon, so I'll go through quickly. All the rural and remote communities get their power from diesel generators. I did a map that showed all the communities in the Decho and showed the different distances. There's no transmission between the communities. The average distance between the communities is 413.75 kilometers, which poses issues for transmission when you're talking about transmission. Kathy threw out the number of $1 million a kilometer. When you're talking about running, electricity to a community of 80 people, the cost benefit becomes challenging in terms of the transmission, and that comes into consideration as we talk about the load that would be produced from a traditional geothermal electrical source. The majority of heat comes from heating oil, although that I gotta fly through it 5 minutes. And that's really, there's been a big move now towards biomass and people harvesting wood because the cost has gone up so much. There's currently no district heating systems in the region, which I've heard a lot of talk about heat, and there's a big challenge there in terms of, that might be there, but how are you gonna get that to all the buildings? Because there's no current way to do that. And the cost of even if you build that system, the cost of retrofitting existing homes the cost benefit is quite challenging. It's just something to think about in terms of the reality on the ground. We can look at heat load calculated and go heat load demand, like the heat demand, but how do we transport that? So the other thing I'm seeing in Decho specifically is there is a lot of exterior consultants and academics working, and we need to bring that work together. The idea of a central repository for the work that's being done, I think is a great one, because often what happens is it becomes easy to fund a feasibility study, and there are a ton of them. I started to try to catalog them, and I just was like, there's not enough hours in the day. That is a highly, highly researched area with very little projects that have actually been implemented. And the communities are getting, they'll just take it and now they just expect that. So I just want to fly through and just paint some other things. In the region, there's a lot of challenges in the region, okay? High unemployment, poverty, people reliant upon a lot. There is a large proportion, I couldn't find the exact stat, but in some communities, at least in Providence, as high as 50% live in government subsidized housing. The economic incentive to find a renewable energy source that will lower costs of electricity is not a consideration. And it's high, most of the power rates are heavily subsidized up there. All the communities are struggling with social issues of substance abuse and family violence. So a community that's struggling with that, energy isn't a top priority. So getting already, governments and communities that are resource thin and capacity spread thin to look at this is a challenge. So building that idea of acceptability can be a challenge when there's so many other more pressing needs on a day-to-day basis. So human resources profile, it is a challenge as well. Within the region, these are stats, right? There's not a lot of skilled labor. So part of the projects, and what we're doing as a company is really advocating for there needs to be no more of a separation between training and capacity development projects and infrastructure projects. Every infrastructure project should be seen as an opportunity and a necessity to train local community members and involve them from the start of it. Part of the exercise from the start is, who here is from the north or has been to the north, we need more Indigenous northern individuals involved in projects from the start. Because we work on a solution for them and present it at the end, we're following a path that has, again, led to disastrous consequences. So flying through, the regulatory is done by the Public Utility Board. So to Kathy's concern about the communities going over the top with solar, it's not going to happen. They've capped renewable energy production. It just increased from 15 to 20%. There was a 15% cap for a lot of years, and that's not based in grid stability. That's based in the utilities being able to recover their costs. There is a grid stability argument, but 2 independent studies indicated that number could be doubled and grid stability would remain the same. Again, I'm just going to fly through the rest of this. I was at a conference at the end of June held by the Northwest Territories. They have just commissioned a report by Navius that looked at the current pathways to Northwest Territories becoming net zero. In their report and in speaking with the authors, geothermal was not included in that modeling because they did not. This is right from the report and it's available online. I'd encourage anybody wanting to do work in the Northwest Territories to look at this because the policy document that the government of Northwest Territories will be using moving forward, but they don't have the data to look at that. So they're not considering it. The GNWT and its contractors aren't considering it. These are the ways that Navius has suggested they reach carbon neutrality, and within that there's flaws already. They're talking about electrification of vehicles and heating in communities, whereas 60% of the communities are on diesel generators. So you're switching one, fossil fuel engine, so a bunch of small fossil fuel engines for a larger one without another solution. 2 projects I wanted to give an example of unintended consequences. When they initially allowed for renewables in the north, they said, okay, you can put up to 15% of renewables. Immediately, Northwest Territories Power Corporation put in a large solar array at the airport in Fort Simpson. Decent enough in terms of a carbon offset, but what it did was not allow any of the community members to then access renewable technologies. And it pushed the technology that might not be perfect, but out of the realm of anybody who owned a home being able to understand that. The Tallston Hydro Extension is something that was initially conceived and asked for by Indigenous governments and submitted an application to NRCan that was turned down. Fast forward 6 years later when it was applied for by NTPC and Northwest Territories and approved. There's not the institution. The 2 points about that is there is not the institutional memory within the Indigenous governments to look at past projects that have happened. And not proper consultation in how that's done. So summary, and I'll try to go real quick so I got a minute. it's a place of Decho and all the Northwest Territories is a place of stunning physical beauty. I encourage you all to go and spend time there, spend time on the land with an elder, listen, learn, check what you think you know, and be ready to learn more than, you know, learn a lot. Residential schools and outside interventions have had disastrous impacts for Indigenous peoples. And we need to understand that in the context of trust building. Historically, infrastructure projects have not really consulted with Indigenous communities and haven't really brought the benefits that they should in terms of the socioeconomic side of things. It's a complex political landscape. There's a lot of external consultants and academics working on that, and we need to work together to make sure that that information is put in a manner that the Indigenous governments can make their own decision for what they want for their land. I'll fly through the rest of this. So my big conclusions, all work needs to start with understanding of Indigenous peoples and their connection to the land and their traditions. In so many ways, we're trying to get back to a place of environmental sustainability and that existed prior to contact, and keep coming with the solutions where I think there's more to be learned from Indigenous ways of being, thinking, and doing. And we need to check our academic privilege or hubris when we're looking at that. And given the kind of history, we need to meet people where they are at in their journey. And their healing journey as we work. I think that's my time, and I thank you very much for listening. Masito.